Good evening, Canby, and welcome to our 2025 goal-setting session for the council and the city. First off, I just want to say thank you to staff and the department heads for being here tonight. This is my second shot at this, so really do appreciate you all being here and being available to provide input and clarity to what the goals have been and what they will be, and what we need to maybe change or do differently. So thank you for being here, I really appreciate it. It is a full evening for the council. I think the direction that we gave Eileen and her team was pretty clear. I think they delivered on the pieces of information that we needed to come prepared for tonight's conversation. And so hopefully we can get that wrapped up. And then also, so thank you all for being here. And also thank you to our facilitators for being here tonight and getting us prepped and ready for this. So I don't think I have any other comments, so I will gladly turn it over to you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Eileen, do you have anything you want to say?
Nope.
All right, well then we'll just get going. Good evening, Council, Mayor. It's lovely to see you. It's lovely to see staff. Thanks so much for being here. I'm Ashley Sanoff of SSW Consulting, and this is Sasha Cannell, and we're going to guide you through your 2025 goal refinement process. And as the Mayor alluded to, we have a pretty ambitious agenda, and so we're just going to jump right into it. I'm going to start off by sharing a little bit about our retreat goals, so our purpose here tonight. We're going to refine the council goals, and we want them to be clear, reasonable, and achievable. And that feedback came directly from council, looking to have the goals be more clear, reasonable, and achievable. So that's something that we'll be focused on tonight as we're refining the goals. We also want to build a shared understanding of the current context. So where are we currently today with the status of the goals? Typically, in a goal refinement workshop, we would spend a little bit more time setting the context, talking about the current state of the community, different community factors, what's going on in the organization. For this evening's workshop, staff has prepared all of that for you in advance through their bi-monthly reports. And so all of that information was provided to the council at the January 22nd meeting. And so we're building out the context and the environmental scan starting at that point, but we're going to build on that conversation too. So we'll also do a comprehensive status update of the current goals. And then I'm also going to share some of the overarching themes that I heard from the outreach interviews with council to help paint the picture for setting the context. So making sure we have a good understanding of where we're at right now before we think about where we want to go in the next 1 year and beyond. And then always underpinning everything that we do in city government is fostering a unified team to advance the goals together. You can have the best, clearest, most reasonable, tangible, measurable goals in the world, but if you don't have a good team to move it forward, you're not going to be able to advance them as much as you want. And so that's part of the process of being here tonight and continuing to work through that. In terms of how we're going to get there, our agenda, we have some agenda overview and some going over some roles and guidelines for success and a quick warm-up that we're doing, and then we'll move into the goal update. So that's where we're going to provide an overview of the status update for each of the goals. It's an opportunity to ask questions and check in on the status of the goals. Also at this point is where we will provide direction in terms of, okay, let's think about these goals and their status. Are they complete? Can they be removed from the list? Are they no longer relevant? Can they be removed? Are they ongoing as is and need no refinement or additional clarification for staff to be able to implement? Or do they need refinement in some way? Has some work been done? Do we need to do some refinement, some additional clarification, additional direction from council for staff to implement? So we'll figure all of that piece out. That's part of our context setting. And then we'll move directly into the goal refinement. We're going to talk about goal outcomes. So what are we driving towards? What does success look like in each of those areas? And then we'll move directly into the goal refinement. In previous years, we've split into small groups to have some discussions across all of the goal areas. Tonight, we're going to do it a little bit differently. We're just going to go through all of the goals together all at once and be able to have a robust discussion where everyone is included and everyone kind of hears all of the nuances in the context for that conversation. Then we will break for dinner at 5:30. Maya has, and your deputy city recorder, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Teresa. They worked really hard together to provide a really lovely meal. I know Sasha and I are really excited about it. So I think it's Thai food. Hopefully you put your order in. You feel excited about that, supporting a local business. So we'll do a break for dinner at 5:30, and then we'll get back to it at 6 o'clock, and we'll continue to do the goal refinement. My hope is that we have 5 existing goals, thinking about mapping out the timeline that we'll be able to cover 2 of the goal areas here and the remaining 3 and any like new proposals in this section. Then at 7:45 we'll wrap up, talk about next steps, and hopefully we'll be able to get out if you're at 8 o'clock. But we'll also chat about that a little bit when we set up ground rules. So that's our plan for today. Any questions about that? Okay, so let's just go over a quick review of roles. Typically, we'd spend more time on this, but we've gone through this exercise with this group before, so this is going to be more of just a review to keep this front and center as we move through the goal refinement process. So talking about team roles and in the council and manager or council administrator form of government, what does that look like in the partnership that you're fostering together? And so we'll talk about that from a big, broad perspective of how your system of government works, and then we'll also talk about what's our roles for tonight, and then we'll talk about setting up some guidelines for success. So in city government, in the form of government that you have, that's a council administrator form of government, you have the council, which is really the legislative arm and the policy-making body, and then you have administration or the staff. And so with your roles, council's setting the what, and staff is determining the how. So what does that mean? What are they setting? Well, council is responsible for setting the collective vision of the city. Policies could range from long-term planning and zoning, thinking about financial policies, passing ordinances and resolutions. All of that is the business of council, and then staff is carrying out all of that policy. You're expected to represent your constituents and their voices in the work that you do, and then keep staff informed of those opinions. Some of the staff live in Canby and they have the perspective of being a constituent, but some don't. But their responsibility is a little bit different of staff. Their responsibility is to provide technical expertise. They might have ideas about what is needed in Canby, but ultimately that's the decision of the council to determine that. As council, you set your goals, direction, and priorities. And then staff is charged with aligning those goals with resources. So they're going to develop a budget that reflects the priorities that you're putting together tonight. And then, of course, you also hold the purse strings of the city. So you're approving the budget and contracts. And then it's up to staff to carry out those programs and projects accordingly. And so last year, we set up expectations and had a discussion about, okay, well, what does that look like in partnership? Because ultimately, you see this overlap right here. That's where the partnership happens. And so in any relationship, whether it's a friendship or with your spouse, it takes work and it takes nurturing and time. And so what are the expectations that we have of ourselves and of each other to have a productive partnership? And these are the things that you guys came up with last year. And so just reiterating. So for council, to be informed and prepared. So that means showing up, reading your council packets, all the information that staff has provided to you, asking questions. If you can do that in advance, so staff has time to provide those answers to you and also to the rest of council. So everybody's working with the same amount of information, and then you have productive conversation when the meeting comes. You're also expected to make decisions, even when it's hard. If you don't make decisions, staff doesn't know what to implement. Sometimes the work can back up, or the agenda planning piece can back up, and it can make it difficult for staff to sequence the work and really, go to bat for what you want to see accomplished in the city. Also honoring the staff expertise. So they have so much technical training and certifications. They're here to support you and provide professional expertise in different areas so that you don't have to be an expert in all things. And then also following communication protocols. So those have been set up by the city administrator in terms of how council and staff interact and work together and what's the most productive way. It's a little bit different in every city, but following those communication protocols is just really important. It keeps everything clear and everyone knowing, okay, what's my role, where's the direction coming from, and keeps everyone on the same page. And then also, it's just critically important that you act as one body. That does not mean that you don't have diverse perspectives on the council. You can have robust discussion. And in fact, having that discussion is what makes your goals and the decisions that you make stronger, and it makes your community better. But what it means is that once council does make a decision, everyone honors that decision of the council and agrees to move forward. And so on the staff side, expectations that they provide clear and technical expertise to you, offering all perspectives, not just their own or the one that they think would be best, making sure that the advice and the information that they provide to council is neutral, and it's because it's ultimately up to council to decide. Also, the commitment to be a high-performing organization, to be professional, on time, efficient, and effective. And so being a high-performing organization is an expectation of staff. And then also to be a partner with council. I kind of ran out of room here, but it was also partnering with staff and partnering with council. It's the expectation of that teamwork together. So these are the expectations and the team roles of council and staff in your form of government. So what does that mean for a goal-setting session? What it means for tonight is that you are going to be working together to develop the what of the city, the goals, the directions, and the priorities. And so your responsibilities tonight are to have robust, open, and honest conversations and be able to make decisions together and come to consensus and be able to move forward on the goals. The role of staff tonight is to be there to answer any questions that you have about all of these broad, vast areas of the city. They're here to offer that expertise to you. They're also here to listen and help the city administrator discern what your direction is, all of the nuance of the conversation, so that when the council goals get adopted, there's no question of where the direction is for the clarity, so they can hit the ground running and start implementing your goals right away. So those are team roles. So thinking about how we're going to be successful tonight, again, these are some of the guidelines for success that the team developed last year. So we're here for the future of Canby. So let's focus on what's best for Canby. It's important always to keep an open mind and have tolerance. There's always different opinions in the room, and like I said, having robust and respectful conversation just makes those outcomes even better for everybody. Having active participation from everyone. And then this is important in order for the goals to move forward. We either need a majority or consensus of the council. So I'll be looking for that. And then I hope it's okay that I added stay focused to this one, because we have limited time tonight and we want to be able to have discussion, cover as much as we can. And so I'm hoping that you can give me permission to help keep us focused as your facilitator. And so if something comes up and it needs more discussion, we'll put it in the parking lot and then we'll find another opportunity or venue to be able to discuss it. But just thinking, is there anything else that we need here to have a successful workshop tonight? Anything that we're missing? Okay, perfect. Well, the one thing I wanted to ask is that if we are coming up towards 8 o'clock and we're close on the goals, but we're not quite there, I just want to take a quick pulse on how people feel about, are you interested in staying a little bit later, perhaps like up until 9 o'clock, and then just to get it done?
Yep, get done.
Okay, so I know.
I got
Poor
all
Councilor
Saturday
Patty
blocked
is
out
like,
for this, so whatever.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll just continue to check in with the group in terms of what that looks like. All right, so Sasha and I, while you do it, just a quick warm up while we move the board. Thinking about roles, thinking about this goal setting, thinking about the year ahead, it's really important to start from a posture of gratitude. You guys do have a great team. You've got great expertise at the City of Canby. You've got a council that really cares about your community. And to boot, you've accomplished a lot over the last year. And so what I'd like you to do is take your 3x5 sticky note and just, that's in front of you, and then you have markers too, and just do one. It's an opportunity to express gratitude. So either expressing gratitude for a specific project that you felt was particularly meaningful to you, or you can express gratitude to a particular individual at the city for making that happen. So Sasha and I are going to move the board. Why did you write those down? And then when you're done, we'll put them up, and I'll grab them from you so you don't have to stand up. We'll put them on the board. And then we will jump into goal updates. Grab this one back here. Okay.
Something you're grateful for.
Are you good? And then someone's going to have to volunteer to help us keep this level, because otherwise I have to stare at it all night and it'll drive me nuts. Are we
Gotta
good?
go up. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Is that good? Okay.
I mean, another qualification for working on this team,
I've
you
been
have
called
to
for
be
the
tall.
past week.
Oh, you have to be
So
tall.
I didn't realize how short I was until I started working with Sarah and Ashley, and they're like, I need stuff up, and I'm like,
I know.
yeah,
Did we do okay?
yeah.
Good. I know these little things. All right. Has everyone had a chance to write something down? For most people? Mayor, you look good to go. You want to share your gratitude?
Just thankful for staff's ability to transition over the last 18 to 24 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, great. All right. Up there. Thank you. All right. Anybody else want to share? Councilor Waterman?
Go ahead, you do yours.
Oh, I was just
Councilor Sturts?
thinking they did the Civic Engagement Academy. That was what I thought.
Oh, the Civic Engagement Academy, yes.
Mine is the same one.
So they did the same one.
I think everybody that I talked to mentioned the Civic Engagement Academy. It's a great accomplishment, really exciting for the city. Yes?
I'm grateful for the talent and tenacity of our staff team and also the commitment to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad to see things are getting back on track, which ultimately leads to great service to everybody in the organization and the community.
Wonderful.
Grateful for the team we have here in Canby, the council and the staff.
Yeah, great team, council and staff.
I'm grateful to see how much more that the community's taken that position and the decisions that are happening.
Yeah, greater community engagement. Councilor Davis?
I'll just tell you what it is.
Okay.
She wants a sticky on the
Oh,
board.
you're not, yeah, you won't have your sticky up
Oh,
there.
darn.
Oh, darn.
I'm grateful for the public safety we have here in Canby, Canby Police Department.
Great.
Second to say the city.
You have a great police department.
Go
Awesome.
team.
Well, thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to start by sharing a little bit of an overview of our process. I shared a little bit when we talked about the, when we went over the agenda overview, but just so you know what this process is going to look like. So these are your 5 goal areas, and staff has prepared a quarterly status report update for you. And so that's what we're going to go through, the most recent one that you received at the January 22nd meeting. And so we'll be able to go through all of the goals one by one and talk about the status. And then as a council, we just need to determine if the work has been complete, if that objective can be removed, if it's ongoing as is, doesn't need any refinement, or if we want to flag it for refinement. And so we won't make those refinements at this time. We're just going to kind of get a holistic view of where we're at, the lay of the land, and then we'll figure out where the refinements are, and then we'll jump into that. Any questions about that process? All right, so let's start with goal number 1, which is promoting financial stability. And 1.1, develop this, the city's policy for reserve levels to balance savings and spending to meet community needs. City Administrator, do you want,
Yeah, so that one we marked as done. The council wanted to set the reserve levels to be between 20 and 25%. So we did that with the last budget year. And that's, or the current budget year, not last budget year, current budget year. So we're done with
So
that
it's
one.
ongoing though. It's not done, it's ongoing, that we maintain that reserve level. Correct?
Right, yeah. I mean, if you, it's done in, if you want to keep it on the list, you can
absolutely.
certainly do that.
so the reserve levels would stay on the city, but it's just a question of whether or not it stays on the list as a council goal.
Policy has been changed,
Yeah,
though,
we changed
so
the
it will be
policies.
ongoing.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it needs to be referenced again as an ongoing goal.
I'd like to see it stay.
All right, I've got ongoing.
Yeah,
Anybody-
outside out of mind, so I'd rather leave it sit there, so we always see it.
Counselor Feta?
I think, seeing how we've set the policy, instead of having it be, the goal being to set the policy, more or less being to
Maintain.
maintain,
Yeah.
maintain,
Yeah.
The verbiage,
Okay.
yeah, I'm good with that.
yeah,
All right, so I'm just gonna say,
maintain reserve at like policy set level or something along those
I
lines.
know, that one was really easy, a little bit like of an overlap, so I'm just gonna capture that now, since it's more straightforward. Okay, and then let's go to 1.2, adjust the city's operation fees to reflect current costs of providing services.
So as the council knows, annually in June, we adopt a master fee schedule. So we have done that for this year. We have looked at our franchise and recycling fees, and they are all maximized. So again, that one is done. Whether you want to continue that on the list or not, you can decide.
Don't we have some, are we in the process of still updating some of those with like the park maintenance fee and the
Well-
road maintenance fee and so forth?
We'll always be in the process of updating them.
Okay.
But we do update them once a year in June. When we adopt the
Okay, so
budget,
the
we
work we're
also
doing now
adopt the
will be for
master
June.
fee schedule.
So the work we're doing now to figure stuff out is to be for June.
Correct.
So aren't we still kind of, the street maintenance fees
That's still being worked on.
worked on?
Maintenance fee.
So I mean,
I think the street
the
maintenance
the
fees.
fees that most people in the city pay, I mean, a lot of the other fees were fees that are kind of one-off for development and stuff.
Yeah, the street maintenance fee is, and I think the park fee are mentioned later.
Separately.
Oh,
Yeah, they're
Separately.
separate.
Yeah.
So that's later down the fee, the sheets. The piece that I take from this is looking at, because part of our conversation was, are we recouping
Yes.
operating costs from our fees? So
Right,
are we
that's how
trying to create a
I
better
remember
break-even point than we have been? And so I would agree that done, yeah, we did do the update to the master fee schedule as we do every year. My piece was two things. One, we had in there consider grant writing position. And then the other piece I would consider too is, are there, like, I know SDCs, we're already looking at those and whether or not we're keeping up with that, but are there other fees within there that we need to maybe increase more so to make sure we're recouping our operating costs? That's how I saw things with that conversation.
So is council thinking maybe it's a refine or ongoing? Or do you guys feel comfortable that there has a master fee schedule update has been set? Yes?
I think I would propose refinement, because we have done what the goal said, is to adjust the city's operational fees to reflect current costs
Yeah.
and provide services.
Okay.
But I think we need to refine that more to evaluate what SDCs and other fees really need to be, and what the plan is for getting those up to date.
That's 1.3 though, adjust the system
Okay.
development charges.
Oh, okay.
All right, so maybe 1.2
I think
is
1.2 is done.
done. Okay. I'm just not, I've got ongoing.
'Cause I think
Or do we feel like it's done?
My
And then we can
recollection was
refine
this
in
was
1.3?
pertinent just to the fee schedule, not like the extra ones, like the big ones, the street maintenance fee, the parks fee, SDCs, those were different animals. That's how I remember it.
This is for
anyway.
like hanging the banner in the park and.
Right, or getting
stuff
a
like
park
that.
permit in Wake Park and that
Right,
kind of
okay.
thing. Is it recouping the cost of cleaning up the park, that kind of thing?
Okay,
That's
so I'm
what we were
hearing
looking for.
done. Anybody okay with not done?
I think it's
Complete.
done.
Do we feel that it is
I would say
covering
it's
the cost?
complete.
Or do we know?
Yes, Counselor Stearns?
Can I just really quickly apologize for kind of going backwards, but one of my concerns with the goal setting is too many goals. I mean, and it's not a really reflection of which is that any of these are bad or good, but for like 1.1, if we've set a policy of 20 to 25, we can always watch that policy, and we assume the policy is in place, and we will see that when we do our budgeting every year, whether that policy is in place, but to have it as an ongoing goal. My feeling is that having too much stuff, clutter, it creates distractions, and I'd rather have a goal be something that, this is something that we're not doing that we really want to do. If the goal is to keep doing a good job, that's kind of a.
That's what I was
maybe an
trying to say
unnecessary-
before.
Unnecessary to put on the goal. It's not that I really am in favor of the policy, it's just saying we're doing our job every year by passing a budget, improving fees. Seems like unless we have had a problem of approving the fees in the past, I don't know that it would go on as a goal, unless we want to do something different and say, well, we want to do better fees, and then that would be a goal.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it really comes down to how you want to communicate your priorities to the city. And so sometimes councils will decide to keep something on the list because it's a valuable communication tool to like, this is on our radar. And other times like, well, this has kind of been folded into the way that we do business and feel comfortable with that. And so it's a decision point of council.
Okay. And I'm okay to leaving it on, but I also want to express my desire not to clutter.
I agree with you too, but, so is the reserve level of 25%, is that a, sort of like a KPI, is that a key factor in the budget documentation? So there's something in the budget that says, this is the status of our reserves. So if there is, then we are keeping track of it and we're looking at it. So to me, that's the place where that should be.
Yeah, so I think the decision is if the goal has been completed, and then it's kind of been folded into, operations or daily business at the city, it's just a decision point on council if this is something that we still want to continue to prioritize by putting it on our goals, or if we know and trust that it's just continuing to move forward, it's been completed. So we've heard a little bit of both sides, but I'd love to be able to get
And we get a
clarity so we can move
biannual
forward.
budget update, right? Should be
Yeah, I mean,
part of that.
so you're saying instead of doing 1.1 as refined, put it as done?
We're gonna get
Yeah.
two, right?
And then have it be, and essentially we're tracking its progress in our annual budget.
Scott has the direction now
Yeah,
to,
if
Yeah,
you
I'd be
want to have
fine
a
with
goal to
that.
change it, then that would be a goal to say,
Right.
are we sure about 20%? And then we could have a goal to change the goal. But if the goal is there and it's policy set and we're all fine with the policy, then I'm thinking leaving it on the goal list is just clutter. It's not evil, but just clutter.
Okay, so I'm seeing like 4 people saying that you'd like, at least 4, that you'd like to have it be done.
I think I'm fine with it being done as long as it's noted in the budget document that the 20 to 25% was the established policy for the reserve.
And something that I didn't mention in terms of like our roles, Sasha, you can hear her typing furiously over here. She's grabbing all of the context. So this intention behind it. So Counselor Davis, your desire to let's keep this in focus. We don't want to lose track of this. But also Counselor Stern saying well, we don't want to have too many goals and have it be muddy the waters in terms of what our priorities are, or, having something
Maybe it's just
there.
an aesthetic thing, but I like
Yeah.
short lists rather than long lists. 'Cause
All
I
right.
get distracted.
And so then also other thoughts. Okay, let's do one more comment and then let's move on, because we're only at 1.1.
I will just say, I think this is something I brought up last year, and I will bring it up again after this conversation. I think sometimes we get our goals mixed up with aspirations. of things that we want the citizens to know that we're actively watching. So goals, so like making sure that we retain a reserve. I really feel that at some point in time, in the not too distant future, we need to sit down and create a separate document that are like, these are the things that are on the radar of the council that we know are on the radar of our citizens. They're not goals per se, but they're things that are top of our mind and that we are keeping focus on as we do our work as counselors.
Their values, we have our values.
Correct. So
Yeah.
those are something where we touch on those annually and say, are those still our things? And those are broad overarching deals, but they're never actually achieved. They're just always something that we are working towards. Whereas these goals are things that we can then check off and say, yes, we have done that thing.
Okay, so I'm hearing consensus that we're gonna complete this. Mark this as complete. Okay. All right, and so then for 1.2, if
think
that
that's
master fee
complete as
schedule has been
well.
set, would that be complete as well?
I mean, if that's the metric, I mean, if that's the filter we're going with, then I would say
And if we do it again this year, and we're gonna do it automatically, that's fine.
it's done every year,
Unless we have a goal to change the process or something, I don't think it should be a goal, it should just be, that's, SOP, standard operating procedures.
which it has been. So I guess the question is then, though, does the annual review of the fee sheet, I mean, does it need to be, is there a desire or a want to revamp it or fine tune it or have a greater look? Are we getting the best bang for the dollar? Are we getting recouped on what staff time is being spent on?
Yeah, this is the
Counselor
master
Patton?
fee schedule.
Counselor Patton had his hand raised.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would say that if this could be a thing similar to where we have a policy that we want our reserves to be 25%, then maybe there should be a policy to say that annually the council needs an update to say, these are the fees that we're currently charging. This is what is being charged in other cities. This is how we're tracking. Do we need to make adjustments, yes or no? That sort of thing. And it's just an ongoing thing that the council can be a part of each year.
So you know that fee resolution is presented to the council every year for adoption.
Correct, but I can't remember if it shows like in other cities, what their fees are. And then if we, we know that our cost for, say, cleaning up the park is like $2,000, but we're actually charging $1,500. What is the goal to get that amount up to the actual $2,000 over the course of a period of time? So it's sort of an ongoing policy thing where we're constantly monitoring that, knowing that we don't want to take that up, ratchet it up all the way. Is kind of what I'm saying.
All right, so how does the council want to move forward on this? Are we going to say that it's complete, or do we want to refine and talk
I want to
about?
refine it a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's refine it.
So we can go
Okay.
on.
All right, what about 1.3?
Refine it later.
Adjust the city system development charges. Is that ongoing?
Ongoing.
It looks like ongoing.
Yeah, I don't think it's done yet, so that's, let's continue on.
Yeah.
Okay,
We've got progress, but not a completion. Still in progress.
ongoing. Okay, and then 1.4, finalize the transition of the current urban renewal district expenses and project. I have notes that it's done, complete?
As far as explained to us, that outlook has
Okay,
already been
so-
completed.
Okay. 1.4, complete.
We need to get our wooden stake to hit it so it doesn't come
Okay.
back.
Make sure it doesn't have any more movement.
Doesn't make sure it doesn't come back.
All right. Okay, and then 1.5, conduct assessment of current and future city staffing needs for the next 3 years.
Sorry, Ashley, real quick question.
Oh, yes.
So going back to 1.4 there real quick, if there's an ask regarding that, do we want that now or later?
Ooh,
1.4.
you're asking maybe it needs to be refined?
No,
No.
I'm just, I have the desire of a to-do item.
Oh,
That's
so,
what I'm saying.
for something new to add, or?
No, I mean, it pertains to 1.4.
Okay, I think let's just capture I don't know, if it's one, if it pertains to that and you think it's going to impact like a refinement, or if we're going to change it in some way, I think let's just mark it as refine.
Okay.
And then we'll.
Yeah, it'd be safe.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, we don't want to, I don't want to miss anything. I want to be efficient, but also, yeah. If I write this down wrong and there's more discussion to be had, I definitely don't want to stifle that. Okay, so 1.5, conduct assessment on current and future city staffing needs for next 3 years. Is that done, or is it an ongoing thing?
It looks like ongoing.
Well, for the next 3 years, so yeah,
Ongoing.
it would be ongoing.
Okay,
It's not
so
been 3 years yet.
Okay.
Well, just as a clarification on that, does that mean every year we project 3 years? Or
3
is that-
years from when?
Or every 3 years we do a staffing needs for it?
Historically speaking, and Eileen, please correct me if I'm wrong, they look at the staffing piece every year for the upcoming year and subsequent years.
Okay.
George, how long have you been asking for
3 officers.
officers for?
10 years?
Okay, so,
Well, and so then I'm wondering if this is just part of the standard operating procedures of the city, or if it's a goal to do
Doesn't need to
something
be our goal.
different and better.
oh, it's our document, so whatever we want to put on there.
Well, but like I said, my preference is for goals is something that is something we're not doing that we would like to do, or maybe something we are doing that we'd like not to do. But if it's saying, keep going, you know, like, I do want the police to do traffic patrols every day too, but I don't know if that needs to be in the goals, you know?
Does it have a completion?
No. it's
If it
always-
does not have a completion, it shouldn't be a goal.
I agree.
I mean, if.
Well, that's true.
If our goal is to put it in the standard operating procedures, you know, once it's in, then review them and judge people whether they follow the procedures.
So, so one suggestion that you can do with a goal of this nature is adjust the goal to say something like align staffing needs with, align staffing with needs of the community.
Well, don't we already, I kind of feel like I know what Daniel's trying to say. And a goal, it needs to be specific, measurable, time-bound. I mean, what is the SMART thing?
It needs to be
Right?
finite.
And so
Yeah.
this is just a vague,
Yeah.
we're gonna keep an eye on this, and yeah, I
We're going to
think I
hire
agree on
enough
this
people to
one.
do what we need to do.
So the question is,
So achievable, clear, reasonable, and achievable. What's achievable mean?
just a moment. So the question is, if the essence of this is something that you want to have in your goals and it needs refinement to be clear, reasonable, achievable, or if it's just not going to be on the goal list. But Counselor Patton?
To me, this is more of a policy. This is more of a directive, a policy, than it is a goal. Because, you know, there's things like, as for Eileen, our, you know, employee, we want to make sure that there are things that are top of the mind as she does her job. And making sure that the city is staffed at a particular level is more of a policy or guideline from the council. She's the one to make sure that that's being done, but that's being top of mind for us, if that makes sense?
Well, right, and that would be something that we would evaluate. Is this policy being done? That would be her performance issue, not our goals.
So I think
Yeah.
where this goal came from last year was because, as you recall, back in October of 2013, Eric had presented to the council kind of the long-range financial projection at the time, and I think the council was interested in knowing where are we at on that, and how do we, you know, what other positions can we afford? So it was really kind of a one-time look. And so, you know, as I said here in the status report, as I'm collecting information, it's like, well, you know, we've got, you know, what are those critical needs for the next 3 to 5 years? So I'm beginning to collect those. We have, you know, 3 more officers in the police department and 3 more parks employees in public works and 1 more fleet maintenance technician and I feel like 1 in purchasing and another one just came up. So I'm beginning to collect those thoughts. And whether we have the budget or not to put those in place,
Yes,
I don't know
that's-
yet.
So do you think that that's an achieved goal?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so how about Counselor Waterman?
But
Counselor Hensley?
you won't, we won't present that until we present the budget.
Counselor Waterman?
So I think we should refine it then, instead of saying conducting the assessment is the goal is to have a report, or the goal is the end deliverable for us to make a decision, or, to get that information. That, to me, that's the goal.
So
Not-
it sounds like,
That
we
a
want to
refine.
keep something on here, just allow a little bit of a refinement.
Yeah, in general, basically what Paul just said. If it's a goal, it should be time bound. You achieve it, it's done, move on. So honestly, the words ongoing up there kind of bug me. It should be like in process. Ongoing is a policy, ongoing isn't a goal. So if it's incomplete and it's in process, I'm okay with that verbiage. But
Yeah.
ongoing sounds like it's just going to stay on here for eternity.
Yeah, I think it's more of a semantics thing, but I understand what you're coming from. Okay, all right, that is the promote financial sustainability goal. So let's move on to the align resources to address future community growth. So 2.1, complete the housing needs analysis.
I think you did 1.6.
Oh, you got one, well, we skipped 1.6.
Did I, wait, did I mess? Where did I mess up? You're right, I
1.5,
did.
we're doing refinement.
Oh, that's right, this one instead of refine, we're gonna go here, thank you.
And then according to this, 1.6 is in progress. It hasn't started yet.
Okay, so we'll keep it on the list.
Yeah.
Okay, and so Counselor Hensley, I hear where you're coming from, but just for consistency, I'm gonna put ongoing.
Okay.
But,
In progress,
going, and I want to say in progress.
called WIP, work in progress.
Okay, we got it all up there. All right, 1.6, thank you. All right, 2.1, so the city housing needs analysis and the production strategy. So housing needs analysis was done. Housing production strategy is ongoing. Is there more refinement that's needed, or like a direction from council in terms of which of those strategies are going to be implemented or decided upon?
If we've completed the housing needs analysis, and then strike housing needs analysis and just refine the goal to be housing product study.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like, we can mark it as refined to kind of clean up that.
Yeah.
Clean it up, okay. Refine. 2.2, recruit a hotel motel for Canby. Do we want to just put refinement here? Or is it an ongoing that we're going to keep?
It's in process.
We haven't done anything on it, so let's keep it.
It's
Or
still a
do we
goal.
want to refine the goal
I
to
wanna
provide
I would
additional
like to
policy
refine it.
direction?
I think we should refine it, put some parameters about what we expect. on
Just
it.
refine to provide more clarity to staff?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, what were you talking about?
And then 2.
You would like to see it refined.
Well, yeah, we'll get back to it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Means
so
we're
we're
gonna
just kind
revisit
of, we're figuring out what the status is. I know we've waded into the refinement discussion a little bit, but trying to pull us back and just to get a lay of the land in terms of which ones need to be refined and which ones we're not gonna, which ones will be in process and will continue.
Quick question, you probably said it, I probably missed it.
Sure.
But later on, if we want to add a new goal, that would be for later on, okay?
Yeah, we'll get that too.
I will- my
Absolutely.
mouth shut.
All right, so 2.3, consider updates to city charter. So
Ongoing.
you're gonna have a work session?
That's a big nut to
Okay.
crack.
Question.
Yes?
So in terms of status in that section on the right, in terms of getting on that topic after operating policies and guidelines have been updated, do we have a status on that from the committee or from Eileen?
From what?
The update on the policies and guidelines for the council.
Are we to that one yet?
Well, no, it's just mentioned in there as a status piece that's being
Right.
worked on.
Yeah.
On 2.3,
Yeah.
and so I was just curious as to where we're at with that.
I thought the operating guidelines and policies is its own thing. It's
Yeah.
its own goal in here.
Is
I
it?
think
It
we'll,
is.
yeah, I think we'll
Yeah.
get there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll make sure we cover that.
See, we've done-
Okay, and then complete 2.4, complete the
It's
cities.
5.5.
Oh, it's in goal 5, okay. And then, so 2.4 is complete the city's development code update,
That's ongoing.
It's still ongoing.
ongoing. Okay.
Some of it, well,
Do you feel like there's
I think a-
additional direction or?
I think a refinement, because the first part of that, the cottage cluster aspect has been
Has
completed.
been completed, right.
So it's
Yeah, we can talk about
refine the ongoing meant,
Ongoingment?
yeah, it's a new word.
Okay.
It's in
We make
the,
new words in the dictionary here.
yeah, it's not Webster, what's that one you can look up online?
Well, but Brian-
Urban
Dictionary.
We added the cottage cluster piece, that's new. We have not cracked open the old. That's what this is about, is cracking open the old and updating it.
I understand that, but status of cottage cluster and
I get
plan
it.
unit development code update have been adopted. That's the part that I'm wondering to find out of that goal.
Yeah, it says, the note says the development code update will require consultant assistance
So you just want to
and
pull
will be
those pieces out
budgeted
'cause they're
for
done.
the fiscal year
But they're not
25,
even a
26.
piece.
What?
There's
The
parts
goal is complete the city's development code update.
I understand that, but the first sentence in the far right has been completed.
It says status.
Yeah,
cottage
but that was
cluster.
never part of the goal, was adding cottage clusters.
Well, that's how
Okay.
staff read it apparently, because that's
But
what they
we-
added.
I
is
don't,
the status.
I don't see any, Mayor, I don't see what you're saying with it where it says complete. I just,
Status. No, it doesn't say complete, it just says.
Just
Have
is
been
what, like, what
adopted,
the
the first
status-
And
sentence.
adopted.
That would be
To me,
completed.
would be completed.
oh, okay.
So we could take that sentence out, is I think all that
That's
you're
what
trying
I'm
to say.
saying, yeah.
So
Okay.
Just
it
refine
sounds
the
like it's a
language.
refine,
And it may not have been an initial goal that we called out, but it was one that
yeah.
got completed because of trying to enhance the housing needs analysis.
Yeah, I think the refine is a good.
So, because the
category for it.
cottage cluster, that seems like that's just context from the staff
Yeah.
reports and the status. It doesn't impact the goal. If the goal is to complete the city's development code update, which the need of a consultant has been identified and will be budgeted for in the next fiscal year, it sounds like that's an ongoing goal, unless council feels
No,
differently.
that's their call. I was just, thought it was something that we had completed and trying to clean it up.
Clean up the.
Clean
But
it up,
that's fine,
yeah.
Less
whatever
words
council wants to do.
for Daniel.
So,
less
yeah, I
words for
guess if the
Daniel.
intention between, I guess if the intention behind the development code update was only around the cottage clusters, yes. If there's some ongoing work that needs to be done with the development code update of existing codes,
I don't think,
Yeah, I mean-
you weren't asking for the whole thing to be marked as
No,
done, just
just
saying
that
that.
first
Take that sentence out
So
first.
remove it.
We've done that.
oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying is,
I think it might,
the
yeah.
goal was never to add cottage. There, nowhere in the
God.
goal does it
Then
say,
take it out. That's what I'm saying.
how do you take out something that isn't there?
I'm saying take out the action item that was completed.
I think if you just put refine, then we need to come back to it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Am I speaking Greek?
Brian, under the part that says objectives.
Yes.
It says the goal is this, the objective. On 2.4, what does the objective say?
Complete the city's development code update.
Is there anything in there that says create cottage clusters?
No, there is not.
That is why it is confusing to me that you want to pull cottage clusters out when there is nothing to do about cottage clusters in
Because
this.
cottage clusters and plan unit developments.
Yes, because that's part of the
Added
status update.
to-
We'll just move on.
Okay. All right, we can revisit if we need to do an additional. All right, so under transportation, 3.1, complete the transportation system plan update. So status is the technical work is anticipated for completion by summer 2025, adoption in fall 2025. TSP update and the comprehensive plan update are on the same schedule. So that seems ongoing to me. Okay. Going. All right. 3.2, establish a task force to determine the level of service for streets and set a street maintenance fee accordingly. So a task force has been meeting since July and hopes to have a recommendation to City Council as soon as the city completes audit of the fees charged to industrial customers. So it sounds like that work is ongoing.
Yeah, half that goal's done. We did
Yeah.
establish the
We're
task
fine.
force, but we
Okay.
haven't set the maintenance fee yet.
Okay.
So it's half done.
In progress.
In progress, as she writes ongoing.
So we're
translate as I
tracking.
read.
I'm tracking.
Just say WIP.
All right, 3.3, update downtown parking district master plan. Staff met with a consultant in December, currently working through the procurement process. Once completed, work will begin on a parking update. So we can keep that on the list. Yes. Okay, and then 3.4, present an evaluation of county roads in current city limits and urban growth boundary, determine the cost and impact of integration into the local transportation system. So it looks like the county roads in the city include Ivy, North Pine, and various half streets. Ivy is underway. City's contribution to that is $4.24 million. North Pine is still being scoped. Cost for others is unknown. So is it ongoing? Do we need to refine this for additional direction, or does staff feel like you have the direction that you need? Mayor?
I guess just a question regarding the South Ivy portion. Do we have a date of potential date of completion? Ish?
October 25.
Thank you.
Okay.
And maybe we can include that in there as a
Goal
in the goal piece.
by October 25.
So
October
that
2025.
we can hold Jerry's feet to the fire. I mean, county.
Working on it for what, 15 years? So it's a big accomplishment.
I didn't have any gray in my beard when we first started this, Jerry.
No,
so
I
yeah.
know.
So it's
What
like-
year was it that we made the video and appealed for the?
You said
That
October.
was my first year being
Okay.
mayor.
That's what I thought. And it got approved in like 14, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be done in 17.
All right, and then 3.5.
And then they kicked it again.
Identify county roads in the future urban growth boundary and determine cost and impact of integration into the local transportation system. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a 3.4 has 3.5 in it. That was duplicated. Okay. And so the status work will be addressed during the concept planning process, include a financial assessment. City will be receiving $250,000 from an ODOT grant covering the concept planning work starting fiscal year 25-26. So that feels ongoing.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, 3.4 pertain to county roads inside the city limits. 3.5 pertain to county roads in the proposed urban growth boundary area. So that was the difference between those two.
Yeah, it was interesting. I had the language of 3.5 like in the 3.4 cell, and so that's why that was. Yeah, so sorry for the confusion on that. All
And
right.
Eileen, do we know
yeah.
that that grant is coming from ODOT, or is it promised?
It's real and it's coming.
Okay.
And even if the federal government goes back and starts to whittle away, it will still be real.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Check an email.
Okay.
Can I add to this? So Pine Street is our last road that's in the city limits that we're negotiating with the county on right now. The rest of them are kind of right at the edge of the UGB, so they're all half streets. So that's like a whole nother challenge on how we want to do that. Does that make sense? Like, I haven't really got to dig into it if we want to do that. We are bringing forward, I just got it today, I gotta share it with the city administrator, but IGA taking over the storm system on the county roads so that we can build them to our city standards, so it's easy to take over those roads when they come in. So, hope I didn't make it that confusing or anything, but.
Just not even.
Okay. All right. Any questions on transportation before we do something about it?
Well, I was just gonna say, it sounds like maybe 3.4 will need some refinement, because if Jerry's saying that some of those roads are like half roads because they're at the edge of what will eventually become the urban growth, but could potentially become what's in the urban growth boundary once we get through that process, then maybe that's something we need to revisit in the goal setting next year, once that urban growth boundary expansion is done, because then maybe all of those roads will be, all that whole section of road will then actually be part of 3.5.
I guess to,
Kind of the question I think we're gonna have to ask Jason is, they'll never come into the city, that half, so do we want to take over the whole road? Sorry, that's what I was trying to explain. So ask the county for money.
Jerry, I just got a message from Gordon that they're not picking up you guys in the back there.
Okay.
So can you
Oh,
come to
yeah.
the microphone
Yeah,
here?
Especially for,
Oh, there's not a microphone to this too.
No.
The question we have, I think, for the stuff that's on the UGB, the urban growth boundary, is only half of it will be city. Do we want to negotiate with the county to take the entire road over so that we don't have that, whose road is it for paving, like coming and paving half? So I think you guys have met your goals on the county roads. Eileen's going to be bringing Pine to you soon, so we can make a decision on that. They didn't offer enough last time. This time they're making better offers, Mayor. And
Good.
And then the next conversation down the road is the half streets.
Is it a better offer, or is it just, are they including some inflationary pieces into their number? Because that's different.
We just received it, Eileen, we haven't really looked at it.
I haven't looked at it.
They offered us $500,000. So, not to get into the numbers or stuff like that, but it's a better offer. I think they want to dump it and get it into city, so.
So perhaps we need to, instead of doing 3.4 and 3.5 as ongoing, do them both as refinement, because that, like, either we will combine those now, or we need to add this new information in, or something along those lines.
Or is it like, I mean, Jerry, do you feel like you have the direction and the context of the notes that we're capturing, and then the goals can stay as is? And
Yeah, I think we've met our goals on the county roads. It's just going to be a decision on the internal to city limit. I think the ones out on the urban growth boundary need to be tabled until next budget, or next goal setting.
Okay, because it already has 25, 26 fiscal year on here, so you're thinking it should be 26, 27?
Because Area J coming in, and once all that develops.
Nope, here comes Don.
And I just wanted to add, I wanted to support Jerry on that because the concept planning is going to take probably at least 1.5 years to go through as well. So next year, it'd be better. I totally agree with what he's saying on that table. I mean, to not have, we're not going to need to worry about that issue that he's talking about until like next year. So I think that would make sense, yeah.
Okay.
And focus on Pine.
So rather than lose sight of it, though, by just taking it off for a year, colleagues, are you good with leaving 3.5 on here and just changing the fiscal year to 26, 27? So it's still on
It's on-
here?
yeah, so it's on the
So we
radar.
remember next
Yeah.
year we want to
Yeah.
look at it?
Fine.
Okay, so,
Okay,
Fine.
okay. so-
thank you.
Okay, so we'll just mark refined to, did you say 26, 27?
Fiscal year 26, 7, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, and then with
Thanks, Jerry.
3.4, are we just going to refine around to North Pine and direction on the half streets, or is that in the context? Do we have that, or do we feel like we need to refine the language?
I think we need to refine the language when we come
We
back
want to
to it.
refine it, okay. Yeah, I think we had enough conversation that it's like, well, there's some work to do there.
And I don't know if this we missed, Mayor, did you want to refine 3.2 as well? I heard you mention refinement, but I just want to make sure we capture it.
I mean, I have it down to circle back later.
Okay.
I mean, at least in my notes, if nobody else wants to refine it, I do.
You do?
I have that. So I just
3.2 refine?
Okay.
have it.
Maybe put a date, a goal date on it and completion date? That'd be good.
All right. All right, let's grab Parks and Rec. 4.1, research and present funding options for parks in current city limits and UGB. So the status to maintain the current park maintenance standards. Parks Master Plan states we need 3 more FTEs. Parks Advisory Board developing a capital improvement plan for council consideration in next fiscal year budget. So we know what the needs are. It's just more of maybe, so the funding options have been researched and presented, so maybe it's more refined for direction. Yes?
That's good for me.
No? Okay, I'm not seeing any no's.
Sure, we'll say refined.
Okay. All right, 4.1.
Sure.
So was it completed?
4.1?
It's not completed yet, no.
It's not completed yet.
Okay. 4.2, identify and plan for land acquisition for future athletic fields. So status continuing to stay in touch with Cogio. Meanwhile, need to discuss with CSD return to Ackerman site as potential location. So is it ongoing? Do we want to refine it to provide additional clarity or direction?
I'd like to refine it.
Refine it?
Refine it, yeah.
Refine it,
Okay,
yeah.
4.2, refine. And then 4.3, consider hiring a consultant to evaluate to provide park and recreation services in Canby, like a parks district versus parks department. So met with the executive director, is it Capford?
Yeah.
Capford, okay, to learn background issues, convene Canby community partners to discuss issues of community concern, including a lack of functioning recreation program in Canby, discussed with school superintendent. So it sounds like there's been discussion and work on it. So I think, do we refine this one? Is it ongoing? Does the council want to provide additional direction in how to move forward with this discussion?
Refine it.
Refine.
I was gonna say ongoing, but refine that, I'm fine with.
Okay. And 4.4, research and develop funding options for additional parks in future UGB expansion areas. So we know what there's additional maintenance needs, additional staffing needs to maintain park standards. So those would be for existing parks, and this is about researching and developing funding for additional parks. And so.
That would be an ongoing.
I guess that's a question, just a question for Don, is he's doing a great job with the UGB and the planning. But in regards to identifying where we're at with making sure that we keep in there the amount of property that's needed for future parks.
Great question. So the concept planning that we're going to be doing as well will start to define that. So there's 43 acres of designated need in the urban growth boundary expansion area that has been identified in the urban growth boundary report. It's in draft form now, and we're going to have a project advisory committee meeting next, actually not next week, but February 11th. So the 43 acres will be discussed in more detail about where that might be placed. It has not been determined where that's going to be. So that's yet to be determined, but there is that need that has been identified. So that's outside the current boundary. It would be an expansion. So that's to be determined at this point, but there is going to be, I'm not sure if that's going to be, the question now, and this is part of what DLCD is asking is that need in one block or is that need in multiple park locations in the UGB? And that's a question that just came up this week, actually. Not to get into the weeds too much, but there's also the residential piece that's kind of balancing out with that a bit and trying to find a way to realistically have property that would be residential immediately abutting the city, and that's part of that discussion as well. So it's a bit intertwined with residential discussions that are happening on the UGB expansion as well. I think Parks Advisory obviously would have probably some input on, should it be one big piece or should it be multiple pieces in the UGB? That decision has not been made. Planning Commission and Council will obviously have a big role in that discussion. And there'll be work sessions, et cetera, around those topics.
Okay, and Don, what's the meeting next week or?
It's actually February 11th. There's a project advisory committee for that.
And who's on that?
That is a number of different folks from the community, that some planning commissioners. We have people that are representative of the industrial community. We have folks that are both involved with parks and bike and ped on that committee. So it's.
Is there anybody from the Park and Rec Committee on it?
Was it? Barry Johnson. Barry Johnson, yeah. So, yeah, he's on that committee.
Okay. And so the group meetings, the community meetings that you've been holding then, and it's been real, as people have put up on the map where they would like to see a very large athletic field complex, is real clear what they want to see. Where does that come into play?
The refinement of that is really in the next community summit. That's probably going to be in March, April, and that's the next level of this is a refinement of that. I don't have an exact answer on where exactly that land is going to end up. That's part of the discussion. I mean, that obviously, the community input is important, totally understand that. But there's nothing that's been fully determined on that, and I think that's part of that continued process.
Okay.
So I mean, so really the bottom line is, I mean, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to provide this, commentary and have council obviously involved with those discussions and issues. I just can't give you definite, those decisions are not really plannings to make. That's part of this discussion. That's community and council ultimately is going to be as part of the recommendations as we move this forward. And obviously there'll be hearing processes as well. And that'll be like moving forward, we're probably looking at summer, fall for that, those kind of discussions.
Okay. As the liaison to Park and Rec, could you keep me informed on those meetings? That's the first I've heard of that.
Okay, absolutely, yeah, happy to send you the information. And you're welcome to participate as well, yeah. They're open, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
So for this goal around researching and developing funding options, do we want to leave it as ongoing and continue for staff to pursue research and funding options for those parks?
Sorry.
For additional parks?
Are we not on 4.3? Are we done with 4.3? That one's just to me, it's not even really a goal. Consider hiring a consultant doesn't seem like a goal. Like, what is the goal for 4.3?
It was to hire,
Is that
a
refined?
consultant to help us work through that process, and we haven't done it.
4.3 is listed.
It does say consider, but it's on
Right.
refine, so we can refine the language and come back to it.
Consider and
Okay.
All right.
And then 4.4, ongoing or refine? And marked it as refine, but I don't know.
there's
Okay.
more discussion on that.
Okay, so communications and engagement. We've got conduct community survey on customer service and city service levels. City Administrator, do you want to provide an update on that?
Yeah, so I've been struggling with this one, frankly, throughout the year, trying to find the time to do the community survey, and then also kind of wondering, do we even need to do a community survey after all? I think originally what I had in mind was some kind of a community survey that said, are we providing the right mix of city services? What else could we be doing, and how well are we doing what we're doing, which is quite an ambitious ask. And I think a year ago, I didn't know as much about the city as I do a year later. Not that I have all those questions answered either, but I just wanted to put it out in this environment and say, how are you all feeling about the need to do a community survey? We've certainly been surveying the community through the comp plan process, and through we got some feedback from the Spanish language community as well. And so I'm just not sure that we need to do, another community survey. So I just wanted to put it out there for the group.
I would like to see it refined and maintain it on there. I think we haven't even started the process of receiving input from the community as far as what we intended for last year for that to happen. And we haven't asked the community specifically on the services.
All right, so I saw two that want to keep it. Counselor Patton?
Yeah, I think, maybe refine it, because, through the Community Engagement Academy, that's like a great way to fold something. We actively have those people regularly, and those are citizens, and that are engaged. And like, in the, when we do our interactions with community, whether it's at the 4th of July or the First Thursdays or the community engagement stuff, how do we fold that survey aspect into those things rather than trying to do a standalone community survey?
Okay. Counselor Waterman?
Maybe it's something on the website.
Wait, Counselor Waterman had his hand raised.
I was going to say that, to me, that can fold into the communications plan. So as we improve our communications plan, that plan should include receiving feedback from the community and mechanisms for feedback from the community, which would provide that information So that's why I would.
So I'm hearing refine.
Refine.
Okay.
So the survey becoming more of an action item than,
It's part of the ongoing communication process.
Definitely needs to be improved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I don't think
because
we even really
when
have
people
one.
have submitted things to the city before, they couldn't even find the file.
So, yeah, that's why the plan is. Yeah.
Okay. 5.2, create a strategy for increasing youth engagement in local government. So there's been work with Canby School District. Communication
that's-
plan with strategies for youth engagement and increasing diversity is nearing the final draft and will be presented to city administrator, or be presented with final version expected in winter 2025.
I'd like a refine.
A refine, I was gonna say ongoing, but
So you could refine to say like implement the strategy, like once you adopt it, or you could say adopt the strategy,
I'd like to
implement the
make it,
strategy.
refine it before making it ongoing. That's just my thoughts.
Anybody not okay with refine?
Let's refine it.
Okay, great. Okay. 5.3, create a strategy for increasing diversity and citizen engagement. We've got the communication plan with strategy. So it's the same update. So do we
Same
want to refine
update.
that too? Or maybe is there potential to combine?
Yeah, these next three goals have all been kind of folded together in terms of communications plan that will address youth involvement.
So I wonder if there's an opportunity to like collapse these in together, or even perhaps maybe with this first one? I don't know.
1 through 4 could probably all be
Yeah.
one thing.
Yeah, okay.
Five 5.5 is pretty easy, it's almost done.
Yeah, but it's not done.
It's not done, it's ongoing. That's-
Almost
You don't
doesn't-
need to refine it, it's already being done.
5.5
What is it? Almost
ongoing.
only counts in horseshoes and hand
Hand
grenades?
grenades, yeah.
Okay.
I will just throw out that one thing that came out of our discussion in that subcommittee was that there were two pretty sizable chunks. There's the council goal, like council operating policies and procedures, and then there was a whole section that talked about the boards and commissions. And they were sort of folded all together. And correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that we had agreed on as a group was really those are two things and they should be handled separately. So when the operating guidelines and stuff are done, then we would crack open that section about the boards and stuff, because some have different rules about membership, some have different rules about when they meet, some are more restrictive than others, and so that was sort of like a whole different chunk that we were gonna tackle.
That's true, and that's not in here, so maybe that, instead of ongoing, it should probably be refined.
Well, yeah, or leave this one ongoing, but then create a new goal that is that, so that we would be able to check
Update
this off,
policies for boards.
and then the
Okay.
boards and
I'm
is
seeing
what
a
I
lot
was
of,
thinking.
I'm seeing a lot of head nodding, and since this is our last goal area, let's just shift into the refinement right now for this one. Are you guys okay with that? I'm hearing that there's consensus to create a new goal for
5.7, yeah.
5 points. Okay, so a new one for, let's see, develop or
Update
update.
policies and guidelines for boards and commissions.
Okay.
Well, I mean, would it, like, if we're folding 5.1, 2, and 3, and 4 together,
Well, we haven't done that yet.
yeah. So eventually it would be.
Okay, so
It could
Something
become
else.
5.3, but.
Yeah.
what was it, the language around the boards and commissions?
Update policies and guidelines for boards and commissions.
Yeah.
Okay. For boards and commissions. I went ahead and took the liberty of grabbing 5.6 as complete, because I know that a lot of people express gratitude, and I know that it is complete, so, but I don't want to lose sight of the congratulations. It got done. It was a huge undertaking and a great partnership with the city, so celebrate that. All right, let's talk about refinement. There's discussion around collapsing these together, just that you've got this this communications plan. It's going to be brought for adoption, yes?
Eventually.
Okay, and then it will include these strategies for youth engagement, diversity and citizen engagement, and even perhaps, guidance on a community survey. So I guess a proposal could be, I don't know if you guys have thoughts on this, but we could take 5.4, which is develop a communications plan for the city, and you could refine that.
1, 2, and 3 should become part of 4. in my
Yeah.
So could we do like well, we make it, would you say 5.1 through what?
1 through 4 should all be the same thing.
So if we go can we go 5.1 A, B, C? Like, or do those just all get if I agree with the develop a communication plan for the city.
And the
Boom,
first
that's the
3
goal.
items are bullet points of that project.
So staff who's developing that, Jamie, do you want to speak to if those items are in the communications plan? And if they're in there, then maybe they can, if they're covered in that communications plan.
Good evening. Yes, the draft communications plan, Eileen and I have a meeting next Thursday to discuss it. So that will be coming before you for adoption, not just eventually, but very shortly. In that plan, it talks about a variety of ways that the city staff can reach out to the community as well as better communicate internally. And it includes items like the efforts to reach out to the teen community, for instance, like the library board, but also several of our other boards and committees have options and opportunities to be able to reach out. So how do we further those kinds of things? So it will address those items. And it does talk about the need to have timely and efficient responses when we receive information. So I know that not too long ago, there was a discussion about having a button on the website for if there's a problem or an issue, and making sure that we have a process for how that's going to be addressed.
So perhaps like you've developed the communications plan for the city, it's really close to being adopted. Perhaps the refinement is implement the communications plan. But Councilor Patton?
So like develop a communications and community engagement plan or something like that? Because it sounds like that like the 1 through 3 are really about community engagement. And that's actually going to become part of this communications plan is what I'm hearing.
I think it still focuses on communications. It just happens to engage the community. So it can be called whatever and obviously structured in whatever way that you all would like it to. It does have pieces that include community engagement because that is often how we have our kind of first line of defense and communication is when we're having events or, the police having their bicycle rodeo, those kinds of things. So there are community engagement aspects, but also being an agency that directly works with the community, I think kind of there's community engagement in everything that we do. So whatever you would like.
See, and to me, that's where the survey part needs to come in, is that every single event that we do, there should be, whether there's developed a standard survey to gauge feedback from community members, that every single event, there's copies of that survey there, or there's somebody promoting people to fill out that survey. Because we actively have people there, you're not trying to track them down.
So I think that gets into the weeds a little bit in terms of like thinking about setting the what and implementing the how. So I think if the goal is, so the goal here is we're creating strategies to increase engagement and diversity and engagement for youth. Perhaps those strategies have been developed. And so maybe it's a question of like, let's implement them or let's increase engagement. Now that we have these strategies, let's direct staff to do what they need to do to be able to increase engagement in the community.
So then because the plan has been developed, then the goal becomes receive the communications plan and plan for implementation?
Or it could be adopt and implement the communications plan?
Yeah.
Can we refine that to adopt and implement for 5.4?
Well, I think it would be 5.1 through 5.4 would become that, is what I've been kind of hearing.
Well, I wanted to suggest, what I heard from Jamie is like engagement is woven into everything that the city does. So that's a piece of it, but then that the communications plan is more focused on communications, whereas engagement is like a two-way piece. So if you did want to keep like thinking things like around, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, if you have a goal that says increase youth engagement, youth and, diverse engagement, then that would then you could provide, direction to staff in terms of what that might look like. And then they can assign resources to be able to do that engagement, as opposed to just in the communications plan, it was like, that would be woven into the work that they're doing, but this, I think, sounds like it would be direction that would go above and beyond, so.
The communication plan talked about being woven into the whole system, but has there been a plan developed and presented to the council? Was that?
No, it's in progress.
It's in progress.
So
So perhaps the
it'll be
goal can
coming.
be to present the plan and then present and implement the plan.
Yeah, so I feel like I tried to capture that by adopt and implement the plan here for 5.4. Sounds like we have good consensus on the
Present,
communications
adopt,
plan.
and implement, yeah.
Present, adopt, and implement?
Adopt or implement.
Okay.
Fine.
So I
Present it
think the
first,
question
adopt
is,
it.
That would be part of the adoption process.
Well, okay, maybe. I just want to see it.
okay, so I think the question here right now is providing clarity on how does council want to provide direction to staff in terms of engagement. So strategies have been developed. So the goal could be implement those strategies, increase engagement, which track the engagement.
So I guess if we're gonna if we're gonna include increase in the goals, then to me, in order to track that, you have to know what we currently have and where do we wanna be.
Have to have a baseline.
So if we have 2 teen, advisors, then we wanna have 4. So 4 gives us the goal to say, this is what we wanna achieve. Just saying increase doesn't mean anything to me. So,
Increased by what?
right, and what do we currently have?
Specific, measurable, achievable.
All right. So how do we want to refine that
We would need
language?
to know where we are first to be able to make that.
Yes.
Personally, I think there should be an opportunity for a student member to be on every single commission and board we have.
Hey, where does that sound familiar?
We were just talking about
We
that.
were just talking
Yeah,
about.
like even on the planning commission, there should be don't stab me, Don. But when I was a kid, we had a whole junior planning commission in my town, and we didn't have a lot of people in my town, so it was easy to implement. But I think there should be an opportunity for a student to be on every single board and commission that we have.
The goal is to establish a teen position on each committee.
Yeah, we have a couple, but we were talking
Like
about that on the way
officially.
home from Salem the other
Like on the
day.
website, it says
Everyone should
teen
have
slot.
Well, and part of that will get woven into the work of what we were talking about with the new updates to the guidelines and procedures for boards and commissions. So,
Yeah, well, we can,
Okay, so maybe 5.2 gets refined to create a youth position on all city boards and commissions? Is there a consensus for that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't
Be
think
part
so,
of it.
Daniel?
No, I'm sorry. My mind goes into weird places. My thought came to my mind that said,
Okay.
that'd be part of detention or
Junior
something.
liaison.
Detention.
So I'm thinking, can I get my team to be on that board? And I thought, man. It's better than doing it. Sorry. Totally
Okay.
inappropriate.
All right, so that's 5.2. So now we're thinking about refinements with 5.1. If the survey is part of the communications plan,
that's what I got.
yeah, so maybe
1,
that.
3, and 4, yeah.
So 1, 3, and 4 are all collapsed into each other?
I think so.
Okay, I feel like we have consensus on that, so I'm going to mark this and mark this. Okay.
So Ashley, just so if we're to Jason's comment about, because I mean, there's a couple of ideas I have on the engagement front. Are those, I don't know if they're necessarily goals or as much as potentially staff to do items or action items. So is that something that
Yeah,
to
so-
bring up now or discuss with?
So we've covered the existing goals and objectives. We talked about adding this new one for policies and guidelines for boards and commissions. If there's proposals for new items or items for discussion under this goal area, is it appropriate to do so?
I'll throw out the other one that I had was doing a city council meeting over at the high school in their Omni room. Talk about getting youth engagement, doing a city council meeting, it would be during the day at the high school.
Like hosting a city council meeting there?
Yeah.
Okay.
If the
Or
school,
conducting a
if
meeting.
the school superintendent's willing to host us. They might not want riffraff in school.
Yeah, I'll do all that effort and get the coffee.
Okay. High school. All right, so it could be a goal, but it's kind of dependent on the school.
Yeah.
The school.
Yeah.
All right,
The goal would be reach out and see if there's interest and scheduled if they want it.
okay.
And not just with the superintendent, but I would also say with the student government or whatever that student governing body is over there.
Okay. Anybody not okay with adding this?
Yes.
Wait, I mean, this is a new goal or just a part of the old?
I think this would be a
Part of the
new,
communications and engagement piece.
yeah, I would, it sounds like it's proposing for a new objective under,
A new objective is related to the youth, but it would be its own objective.
Okay.
Okay.
So at the point where we're proposing more goals?
just under, if there's anything under the communications and engagement
Or
piece,
commu-
yes.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
under
I think we're
communications.
just-
And then we'll
Give a new goal.
move to
We're working
that.
back.
Yeah, we're in the context of the communications and engagement, so since it was the last one, it's like, okay, let's figure out what these refinements need to
And
be
then we'll
well.
work
it's all-
backwards.
Yeah, and then we can work
So,
whichever way.
okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Counselor Stearns, if you have any new proposals that would fall under this
I
category.
think it would. Sometimes you try to find the right box for it, but one thing that I would like to see is communications and engagement with, in a public safety aspect. And what I'm thinking is in line with what we used to call neighborhood watch programs or something to that effect, where that citizens can figure out or engage with law enforcement, maybe fire. Looks like the public safety is all divided into fire and police, but and I always thought that would be something that I would like to see where, as far as community engagement, I guess, and communications, to have a more robust program that way. I don't know if I'm expressing.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not
does the
totally
city
clear.
have a current or an existing neighborhood watch program?
Oh,
No.
There's not neighborhood watches,
Okay.
but there's,
Go see neighbors.
there's
Canby now.
The,
Neighborhood groups.
yeah.
There is Canby now. This is Keith, and we go to school there, and like, yeah,
Like
different.
to the HOA or?
Neighborhood associations.
Several.
yeah, there are neighborhood
Okay.
associations.
Well, I
Neighborhood
don't care what you
associations
call it,
actually
but,
haven't been in
to
years.
have a more formal engagement with public safety. And so the neighborhood watch program would be an example of what I'm looking for, because I
It's
don't
like
see
a
that here.
formalized
In
program.
Canby, something more formalized, or, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess the proposal would be establish a neighborhood watch type program. Other comments
You
on
don't
the
have to call
council?
it that way, or
Yeah.
you can call
Or
it something else.
maybe we just
Chief, yeah.
make an attempt to revive the neighborhood associations that are already in
yeah.
in place.
Counselor Patton?
So this just popped in my head as you were talking about this. Is it maybe something like we have the Civic Engagement Academy, right? That's like 2.1. Do you have a 2.2 version where it's specifically engaging with public safety? So there is a section that is that interacts more in depth with Canby PD, and then there's a section that interacts more in depth with Canby Fire and those sort of things. So it's almost like take your community, your academy for engagement, and then build that program out more, so that if someone is more interested in the public safety part, they can do an annex on that. If someone is more interested in the management part, start to build that out.
Yeah, that could be one way of implementing it. I'm talking kind of more of the goal, the specifics that, could be worked out, but the idea is as a way that people can feel more comfortable interacting with police other than just the interaction where they follow me out at night and give me a light display. But And I think that's part of the engagement of Hispanic community, all the kind of things we go together and say, hey, here's how you can interact and code enforcement too. How many times you get people saying, what's that guy's weeds are growing like crazy? Do you call the police? Well, you don't want to call the police, but what do, you know?
So, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I think, honestly, from a community engagement standpoint, I feel like honestly Canby does quite a bit. So we have like, your chill and grills, you have the shop with the cop, you have the fire truck who come out and sit down and chat with them. And they're always at the events when they're in the park, they're walking around, talking to people. So, I mean, frankly, I know the fire department's at the Bridging Cultures events and volunteering, so.
We have the new touch truck.
Yeah, the
Event.
touch truck.
Yeah, and I'll just add, thank you, Councilor Waterman. We do a lot of community engagements. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we do that people even don't know about because they ask us to come speak. We speak and stuff, and we have lots of events like Touch a Truck and our Grill and Chill and that sort of thing. I think, so there, I think we're covered pretty well. Now, Neighborhood Watch is kind of different. I mean, Neighborhood Watch hasn't been around for a long time. I mean, there used to be grant money to fund neighborhoods to help put signs and all this. I haven't heard of Neighborhood Watch in police work probably for over 20 years. But that's really encouraging citizens to kind of keep an eye on each other, and if you see something, kind of report it, right? And that's a different thing than kind of community engagement and
that's the kind of thing
this kind of stuff.
I'm more interested in is we're like organized keeping watch over, each other, so to speak.
And most neighborhoods do a pretty good job, and now everybody has Ring cameras or a camera system, and they actually could download it to us directly. So like, hey, this person was suspicious, and we look into, we follow back up with that neighborhood. And when we do talk to the HOAs or Hope Village, or we've done, Canby Adults, we talk about when to report things, how to report things, all those sort of things. So I think it's covered a lot of areas. There's no like formal program, but we do a lot of that.
Even the biking, you have a bicycle there.
Okay.
I do.
Sorry, go ahead.
I do think that, I'm not sure, I haven't looked at like the full agenda, but at some point, I think, because this fire and the police department is part of the city, so at some point, having a small part of the Civics Engagement Academy might include some part of that, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah, and that one's coming up for us in, I think, the beginning of March, and we would talk about that, and I think the fire department's also a part of that civic community.
Okay, so it sounds like it's part of the city's current operations of having this, like the elements of what was a neighborhood watch program is kind of already in there. Councilor Stearns, do you feel comfortable with that, or their consent, like we've got some just direction to continue that, but not make it a goal?
And one of the things I could do too is also in like our monthly or bi-monthly reports, report a little bit more of those type of civic engagements that we do.
I guess I just, in order to get it in order to add on the board, I need to have majority or consensus, and I don't feel like I have that.
That's fine. I'll think about some more.
Okay.
It needs refinement.
We could do it next year.
Okay. Other proposals for new items, but it's also time check. We're 10 minutes past the hour too, so.
10 minutes
For
past
our
what?
break.
Past what?
Right? Yes? Oh, is it 4:30?
It's
No,
4:30.
It's 4:30.
Oh my gosh, I was stressing out. Okay, we're doing
Oh,
good.
yeah, that's not
See,
right.
we're,
She thought we were past
Okay.
dinner time.
I was thinking, I was like,
4:30.
why is like people that I felt like,
We're all gonna
people
shut
are
up
breathing
and
down
sit
my
down.
neck, like for a break. So, all right, now then we're okay. I can breathe a little bit. All right.
So I have two
Thank
more
you.
thoughts
Keep that
for,
energy.
Did you say you have 10 more thoughts?
no, I have two more thoughts on the engagement piece.
I thought you were giving me a hard time. Okay.
No, just two more. In terms of an engagement piece, what if there was a city hall open house twice a year?
Okay.
And that could just be, counselors being here and being available. Not so much city staff, but.
What, open house, a city council open house?
Yeah, like here in council chambers.
Hosting a city council open house event.
Yeah.
Yes.
so piggybacking on that, I like where that's going. I have had an interest in, like, as a city councilor, saying, citizens, I want to engage with you. I'm sorry about that, Gordon. I want to engage with you. I'm going to be at this location at this time to hear what you have to say. The problem is finding that location. Like, short of me personally renting a space and doing a contract, I have asked about, well, can I like use a conference room here or whatever? And I've always gotten the feel that even though I have a key to certain rooms within the building, I can't be in here, or it's not convenient to do those sort of things like after city hall hours. So I would like to really see some sort of way that we as city councilors have an avenue to be able to use the resources that really we should have at our disposal as members of this council to do that engagement work with the community.
So suggestion to that. I know that there's a number of mayors in the Portland metro area that do that, and they actually just put out on their social media, or they have the city put it out on social media as well, that, hey, Mayor so-and-so is going to be at this coffee shop. And it's just a matter of just sitting there and being available.
In a chat.
And they just drop in and chat.
Like the
Well,
concept.
yeah,
of,
but
like, coffee with a cup.
I need the place.
You're thinking more of a venue, more of a.
Yeah, I'm looking about the venue.
So you're wanting to try to get like 50 people to come hang out with you?
I would like to be able to say, I'm going to be at City Hall, or 3 of us are going to be at City Hall at 6 o'clock on such and such a day in X room, come in and do it. Now, at that point in time, City Hall is usually closed. So what sort of thing do we have to do to get permission? I mean, obviously, we've been elected to be part of this, to be a part of the management of this whole thing. Why can I not be held responsible for having, 10 people in that little conference room over there?
Yeah.
Marissa, you wanted to chime in?
I was just gonna say, as long as
No, you need to come up to, yep.
Gotta talk in the mic.
I've got a checklist
Also,
here.
just in terms of the hosting an open house, this thing about public meeting law, and that if there's a quorum of, if you are all there, then it
Right,
needs to be recorded.
that's why he said 3. I caught that.
3 doesn't quite.
3 is not a quorum.
Marissa.
I can respond to that too. So the library does an open house. We do it the first Thursday in May, and we're just open for a couple hours, and we tell everybody about all the services we have and make a fun thing of it. So maybe the city could do something at the same time. That would be cool. And then also just if it's during library open hours, we have meeting rooms and whatnot that you can always reserve. Till 7. Obviously, I know some folks here stay later than that, and that's fine as long as we have someone to lock up. But
Well, I guess
if you want to get into some of these rooms too during library open hours, we can also let you in there.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm trying to get at, is we've established that a majority of the people that live in the city do not work in the city. They commute. And if anybody has been on I-5 in the last 4 months, it is excruciating. Like, sometimes the meeting would need to go past 7. And so that's really what I'm looking for, is short of trying to like commandeer a coffee shop. Because then the other thing is a lot of different places like close up around that period of time. So then I'm trying to coordinate with a restaurant to be able to use part of their dining room to have some people sit around who may or may not purchase food from them. I mean, that's really weird. I've even gone so far as to have them in my driveway during the summer, and that's weird because now I got a bunch of people on my personal property trying to do this. So
Then they know where you live.
well, I don't worry about that. Most people know where I live because my house is crazy. But that to me, that is something that I would like to see as a goal, is how do we work out council's ability to be able to utilize facilities to do the work that they need to engage with the community.
So does staff want to weigh in on that? Because it feels like that, what I'm hearing is that there are existing open house events. The library is just one option where council is welcome to attend and engage in the community, and it's a way to bring, people in that you might, maybe they're going to come to a library event because they're going to be able to touch a truck or, do something engaging with their family, so you might be able to draw a broader audience. And so you could build on that.
I think to me.
Or if it's more, I'm just wondering if it rises to the level of a goal, or if it's just something like maybe that could be discussed at a later date and we can put on the parking lot so we don't lose it.
Parking lot.
I'm fine with
I'd parking lot it. I mean, I definitely understand where you're coming from. It'd be nice to have something more of a formal venue that you can speak with people after hours whenever they're finally getting home.
Yeah.
Other than taking over somebody's business and taking up valuable space.
Well, what would be the problem with just telling the librarian, say, can I have this room till 8?
They might not be here.
Yes.
We
have
would,
keys.
yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know what the rules are as far as non-staff being in the building after hours, like for you guys, I'm sure, I don't know what the rules are for that, but like our space can be open if you need it. We can totally do that. I just, we
Okay.
obviously need someone who can lock up and all that.
So perhaps staff could follow up on this with council. Okay, and then what about the hosting a council open house event? Is that something that council has consensus that you guys want to do? Or do you want to piggyback on existing events that are being put on in the community?
I want it.
I think it kind of goes with that one.
Yeah.
They're kind of together.
Well, I mean, where is?
I mean, we can do them.
Well, would it be,
individually as well.
would the goal be increasing city council specific engagement with the community?
Well, it could be as specific as you want to do these 2 events and you do it, or you could just say
And
increase.
if all of us wanted to come here and say, let's have an open house, we published that we're going to have an open house, we're all going to be here smiling, is that illegal?
No, as long as you publish a quorum notice, you're
As long
fine.
as you do a quorum.
Please do it with the library. We want to do things at the same time instead of doing separate things.
Yes.
And when we do our open house, the library is open for people, but you guys can come and do your whole setup in there. We will have the whole building open for anything that you want to do.
I think
We
you
just
get more people when you have,
Yes.
Totally.
conjunction
Yes.
with another event too.
Another piece of that too is that you have to consider like engagement fatigue in your community. If it's like, come to this, come to this, come to this, then they might be overwhelmed. But if you've got these really engaging events that are drawing, people of all ages and different interests, then you can maybe do those, groups at those events. So I'm going to put it in the parking lot so it's in there, or do we want to create a goal? I'm feeling parking lot.
Parking lot.
Yeah, even the open house can be a parking lot issue or
And we're doing it the first Thursday in May this year, but we can do it anytime you guys want to do it. But we are doing
So, like-
this year's first Thursday in May.
So there's just more opportunities for collaboration with staff events.
And I have one more.
Okay, great.
Can I just add one thing to that? So we have a community room at the police department that you're welcome after hours or whatever if you want to do some small stuff. I know it's not city hall, but anytime.
Well, that's true. And
that the
and they're
holding
there
cell?
24/7.
Yeah.
The whole room.
The other idea or other piece as well is that the Oregon Mayors Association has a program called Mayor for a Day. And it's geared towards each set of grade levels, so elementary, junior high, and high school. And so it's a competition that they run. And so like at the elementary school, I think they do a drawing or a picture, submit it to the Oregon Mayors Association. The mayors get together, vote on it, vote on the submission that kind of wins it. And then they actually invite the families to the annual Mayors Association conference, and they do their presentation and whatnot. It's something that's been out there. I've not implemented it or brought it up, but we're talking engagement, and the academy's going well and whatnot. So that could, that's something that I'm willing to work with the superintendent and the school principal to see if that's something that we can get. What's that?
Kind of like the kid governor that they do at the state level.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah, there's a kid governor.
So-
in here.
Okay. Consensus from
It's not really
any other
on
comments?
staff to do, it's more on the mayor, I suppose.
Well, would
I have no problem
would
with
it require staff support?
Microphone.
Thank you. You haven't been in the restaurant industry, have you? Make sure
When
you
we-
ask the question when she's chewing.
Yes.
I know, I thought that at the same time.
When we do forward those over to the school district when we get the If I Were Mayor for a Day
Okay.
already, so.
Okay,
that
so they're
is-
aware of it,
Yeah,
just a matter of,
they are aware. I think it's just a matter of hyping it a
So we
little
could
bit
do-
more than we do.
So it could be more around promotion?
Yeah.
So could we put that in the parking lot then?
yeah, I'm
Just so
talking
that we have, or just for, it's not that it's not going to be getting done, but it's like, it's not on the goals, but it's important, we're going to keep it on the radar? Okay. So,
If I Were Mayor
yeah, thank you. You read my mind. If I,
for mayor. Contest.
okay. All right. Okay, anything else for communications and engagement? Otherwise, let's see, so it's, let's see, 4:52. Where do you, let's see,
I
where are
say
opportunities where we
Go to
want
Parks and Rec.
You guys want to go to Parks and Rec?
Go backwards, yeah.
Yes? Sure. Okay, all right.
Into all the finance.
Well, there was a lot of, refinements there, so let's see where we want to start. Why don't we, you guys just want to start at the top?
Yeah.
So research and present funding options for parks in the current city limits. So we know what the funding needs are. We just, and then the advisory boards is developing the CIP for council consideration. So you guys talked about refining it. Proposals for refinement for this one? What would that look like?
So has the research been done? It's just a matter of finalizing it and reporting it to council? Or
What's that, Jason?
for the 4.1? Research and present funding options for parks in current city
Yeah.
limit and UGB?
Sounds like that's been done as part of the Parks Master Plan.
Park Master
Those have been-
Plan.
Those FDE's needs have been identified. So that's been done, but I think it's a question on, so the needs are known.
Well, you know, the interesting part is, you know, within the Park Master Plan, there are already established goals in the Park Master Plan. And I think if we just identify what those goals are in the Park Master Plan and follow those goals that are set in the Park Master Plan, it's pretty well spelled out. And that, I know that's what the Park and Rec Committee's trying to follow too, is the Park Master Plan, as far as the goals that are in that.
So perhaps a proposal would be implement the Parks Master Plan.
But is that the funding mechanism portion of it as well?
Well, we have to identify that. That still has to be defined as far as how we're gonna come up with the funding mechanism for that.
Maybe staff can speak to the Parks Master Plan and how that is woven into funding options.
Well, it's adopted by council, and it is a kind of a roadmap for the direction we need to go. We are currently working on updating the SDC fees. Is something that we need to do to help bring more funding in. But as far as, like, are we talking projects or?
Well, it would be also, Jerry, how we're, a Park and Rec, you know, how, are we going to Capert, or are we going to a district? How are we gonna fund the future needs, you know, for, we're not gonna solve that here, but we have to identify the funding mechanism to have a Park and Rec department.
Correct, yep.
So along those lines, I think something that came up between us setting our goals last year to now was that the boundary lines for Capert changed. And we never, and I don't know if I was asleep at the stick, but I never really found out, A, how that happened, B, what that means. To me, it seems like the goal should really be, you know, a better understanding of what the boundary lines changing means for Capert and Canby Parks and Rec, and how that combination or what sort of plan needs to come out of that change to move forward funding all of that stuff.
Well,
What are you laughing at me for?
That's good. That's a good point, Jason, but I think that a workshop would be appropriate for something like that, and to bring Capert in to discuss the boundary changes and where their current status is as far as Capert goes. But that would only be one option. There's other options out there too, whether it's a levy to fund our own Park and Rec department. You know, I mean, there's other mechanisms out there for funding too, but I think we just have to have a workshop and look at what those options are.
So then what does that goal look like?
Yeah, I'm very confused, because we're kind of talking about capital outlay, which is the SDC portion, but you're also talking about park maintenance and operations, which is.
That's one of the goals in the
not-
master plan.
Right.
The number one.
Right, so the goal is, as stated, research and present funding options for parks in the current city limits and urban growth boundary. And then what you had last year was to maintain current park maintenance standards. The park master plan states already that we need 3 more FTEs. So in order to maintain the existing parks in the city, the park master plan says you need 3 more FTEs. So that's a budget issue. You know, there's been some discussion about the park maintenance fee. And then there's been discussion about capital outlay and park SDCs. Those are all related, but they're also very different. So what I'm not really clear on is what is the goal for this item?
So I guess my question is if we've adopted the Parks Master Plan, it has action items 1, 2, 3. Who's responsible for actually starting with number 1 and actually starting to implement this plan?
We are. I mean, we staff,
Okay.
yeah.
But part of these include establish a cost recovery goal, consider the funding. So have we actually, other than, basically this just says, yeah, we've determined we need 3 more FTEs, but what steps have we taken to actually follow this plan to actually implement a Parks and Recs department? Based on the goals that we've all went through and agreed to and adopted in this round.
So I think that's a good question. I don't think it's necessarily what the goal has stated. So just let's not lose track of that comment. But I think I think what I'm hearing is that that staff is needing additional clarity on what you want to do with 4.1 because it's been 2 parts: research and present funding options. We know what the needs are, but maybe those funding options continue to be researched.
4.1 is kind of part of one of the lower things in here. But even before we're saying we need to go out and find out how we can get more money, but we don't even know how much that money how much we actually need. So it's almost, again, kind of getting the cart before the horse because.
This is kind of existing, the goal. This is the future.
So what the park master plan says in order to adequately maintain our parks, our existing parks, we need 3 more FTE. Now the question is, do we have enough money to buy 3 more FTE? And so what do we need to do in order to make sure that we've got funding for 3 more FTE?
That is existing, Eileen, that's existing.
Right.
Okay, we're
That's
talking about the
existing.
park master plan for the future and the needs of the city.
Which is telling us that we need 3 more
No,
FTE.
it's more than that. We need a park and rec department. We need 141 acre, we need a lot of acreage for athletic fields and parks. We need a new aquatic center. There's a lot of things that the city needs. How are we going to get there?
Good question.
So what's the direction, I guess, that council wants to take?
Well, it almost sounds to me like, and I think, Paul, I think I'm starting to catch what you're getting here, is that some of these goals that we have set separately are actually laid out in that Parks Master Plan. So really what we need to do is we need to make the overarching goal evaluating and implementing the Park Master Plan.
Correct.
So that's the proposal, evaluate and
Yeah, so
implement.
essentially like this research and present funding options for parks, identify plan for land acquisition for the future. Those are already laid out in that Parks Master Plan. Research and develop funding options for additional parks. That's in there. So essentially, you could take, maybe it says, consider hiring a consultant to evaluate how to provide park and recreation services in Canby. That sounds like it's not quite in there. That's something that we really need to do separately.
Correct.
In conjunction with that. So like, essentially that whole, and see if I'm going down this rabbit hole right here, is that whole parks and recreation thing might turn into just 2 goals. One is evaluate and implement park recreation master plan and consider hiring a consultant to evaluate how to provide park and recreation services in Canby.
I love it when you guys come together.
That's
It's so
correct.
fabulous.
Okay, so it feels like there's consensus there, because I'm seeing a lot of like head nodding. Anybody not okay with that? Because that way, so the
I would just
proposal
wanna
would
put out
be
there too, just real quick.
this, yes.
that It's on kind of the cart and the horse thing, because we talk about hiring a consultant to review things, which is fine, we do that all the time. But also we know, like, you need somebody to run a Parks and Rec department, right? And usually when you hire somebody that runs a Parks and Rec department, they tend to have the experience and the information and the expertise that you're paying temporarily for somebody from a consulting standpoint. So it's like, are we gonna spend the money on a consultant to turn around and tell us that you need to hire an administrator?
Exactly.
And then it's what we're gonna do anyway? Or do we hire the actually Parks Administrator to actually do the work that they're intended to do to help put this plan into implementation?
Correct.
Okay.
But, yeah, I see where you're going, Paul.
Counselor Davis and then Counselor Stearns has a comment.
Yeah, I see where you're going, Paul, but, and you're absolutely right to a degree, but what are the options? In other words, for funding it, is it going to be a
Yeah.
parks district? Is it going to be a levy? Where's the money going to come from? Because to implement this isn't going to come out of the existing city budget. The money's not there to implement all of this.
It could be.
Can I add to yours, what you're saying, Counselor Davis and Waterman, like not to get off topic, but the sewer master plan, the stormwater master plan, like the stormwater master plan, take it, for example, we updated it in 15 and follow it like a roadmap. And we're having to update it again because it's all done and we have money. And so all of your master plans are kind of updating, we're going to be updating them soon, we followed, but parks, we've struggled because we're new, getting into it, we don't have the funding like Counselor Davis says, and so being able to figure out a plan to get the funding and follow that thing makes public works jobs so easy, and so that's what we need council's help
Right,
with.
we need you focusing on the infrastructure.
Yep.
Right. But we got to figure out where the funding's going to come from. That's where a consultant can help us out.
True, but also professional parks administrators know how to get grants, they know where to find resources, they know where to find funding, more so than probably us sitting around this table.
Exactly.
That's where their experience comes from, so that's what I'm saying. I think, to me, spending more money on parks and yeah, we gotta do some consulting, but, and I feel like we're kind of getting the cart before the horse before we have somebody in place that could actually take and implement and the expertise to run it. And I think that's where we tend to keep going over here and saying, oh, well, we'll worry about this later. And I feel like this should be our number one focus, is getting the right person in place who actually knows how to implement this and take it
Counselor
forward.
Stearns, did you want to say something before, but also Patton has something
Well,
to
I'll
say?
say it before him, but I'll go after him. But the,
Well, you had your hand raised
I
earlier.
did, no, I just listened to everybody talk. It seems like maybe the goal would be to hire your Parks and Rec person would be a goal that could implement some of these. But the other thing is, this master plan that was developed and has a bunch of components that are probably need to be addressed separately and not just say, do whatever that says as a goal. Because like, an athletic field, that's going to be a huge amount of money. And it's not going to just come into existence, and there's a good way and a bad way for doing all those things, because that's kind of a pie in the sky wish list thing. But now what we're going to do this year is going to pick something out of the plan and implement it, and I think we should choose whatever that something is and not just say we want everything eventually sometime when Santa Claus comes and brings it to us. But you have to actually have a goal to do one piece. It sounds like talking to you guys, or you're listening to what you're saying. I think the piece that maybe we could work on first is getting that director, and then move on from there.
So when you start including a large complex with lots of programming and you need somebody like a director that's going to know how to manage that and put the police people and resources in place to do that. Going out and building a big complex and all saying, okay, now who's going to take care of it?
Yeah, exactly.
This doesn't
Yeah, that's
make
true.
sense to me.
I
so.
think it's been we've been working with your council for at least 3 years, but it seems like the decision point is you have these desires in the community. You have this master plan. And so there's two ways of going about it. You could do you can hire a parks administrator and build a department in-house. And then the question is, how do you fund that? Or the other option is you pursue a district, and that's a different funding mechanism. And so, so I'm hearing two things. It's like, how do we want to, we need someone or some.
That is the question.
Mechanism to manage it. And so it's like, it's almost like the question is like, maybe it's time for council to put on the goal of like, let's make a decision on what that is, or what is a meaningful step that we can take to get to a point where we can make an informed decision. Maybe that's a consultant, maybe that's something else, where proposals to try to figure out that piece, yes.
It sounds almost like goal 4.1 should be evaluate and determine, are we moving forward with a parks district or a parks director or something, like actually come to a consensus of what is that going to look like? Is it going to be something that Capert is doing, or is it going to be something that the city is doing?
That is
and then
the question.
once we decide that, then the next goal is how do we fund that decision? And then how does that decision then lead into implementation of the parks master plan?
Correct.
Like those are the three goals. One, identify what form of parks management are we going to take? Two, how are we going to fund it? Three, how do we implement it?
Okay, I've got evaluate and determine parks and recreation management. I don't know if a plan.
We haven't done anything with it.
Management style.
Or structure.
Or management structure, yes.
Management structure.
Evaluate and establish.
Maybe evaluate and determine is year one and then establish.
By evaluating and determining it, then we will establish it.
Structure, okay. How does council feel about the language of that? Does this capture the conversation here? Evaluate and determine parks and recreation management structure?
That's identified. I like what you did before, Jason, in regards to those first two goals. Follow the park master plan, because all those are identified in the park master plan goals.
But what that says is, who is going to do that? Is that going to be done by a park district, or is that going to be done by the city in establishing? Who's going to provide parks management in the city? For the Canby community.
So goal one is create fiscally resilient organizational structure to deliver parks and recreation program and services that position the city for growth. And number one is hire professional parks and recreation administrator.
Well, that's the goal within that plan, within the plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what we need to do as a council is, and it needs to be more specific than that. It needs to be, the council needs to determine, are we doing a parks district or are we doing a city-run parks department?
And I think maybe then staff can bring you policy options and saying, okay,
Correct.
if you do a parks district, this is what it's going to take. This is what the ask would be to the community. This is what pursuing ballot measures would be to establish that district. If you do an internal, this is what it would cost to fund that department. And then here are some funding mechanisms that council would then have to make decisions on, whether it's an operating levy, whether it can be covered through a parks additional fee or other mechanisms that you have at your disposal.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. There's the three goals would be, one, determining whether it is a parks department or a parks district.
Okay.
And then that part of that determination would also be how the funding of those two things would work. And ultimately, once we decide that, whether it's a district or a city-run parks department, then we can move forward with implementing the plan.
So then we could fall back onto the plan.
Yeah.
And start implementing, okay.
Okay.
I've got two things again.
Yes.
Number one is I'm going to throw a third wrinkle in that, I told you, hang on. So yes, so is it Capert, the district? Is it the city and a Parks Rec district, or sorry, Parks Rec department? Or the third piece is it a hybrid? Do you have the funding mechanism through CAPRD and the operational in IGA and MOU between CAPRD as the funding mechanism and the operations of the city?
Sure.
So that's the third
That works.
piece.
Okay.
The other aspect in here, we talk about the 3 FTEs. Is it called out as to what those FTEs are? Is that for maintenance, or is that just
That's his
however?
current- That's his current. That's his current maintaining.
Okay.
That's not moving forward.
Yeah, so the city has identified to just right now, we need, and correct me if I'm wrong, in order to keep the wheels on the bus and maybe take off some of the tape, we need 3 more people. But if we implement any one of those options in the Parks Master Plan, it is going to now need more people than the 3 that we currently have.
So those 3 FTEs that you're saying right now does not include a parks director?
No.
Okay.
Maybe this is a bad time to say it, but it's kind of a policy issue, but
There's no bad time to say.
this
You've got 15 minutes before dinner. Go ahead, lay it on
It's
us.
so full of landscapers and landscaping companies, you can't go anywhere without stepping on one. Could we just
No.
put it as a drought?
No.
Forbid?
No,
No.
No.
that has been determined long ago.
Cannot.
And I'll tell you why. You do have landscaping contractors, but what you don't have is somebody to program your parks. So it's the recreational element of it that is really missing.
For the
More
FTE,
so.
the needed FTEs I'm talking about, the needed full-time employees. I mean, you have basically a lot of,
You're talking about the FTEs for maintenance.
for maintenance, because most of the park maintenance is landscaping, tree removal, and I have lots of clients that do that. There's plenty of people that do that for a living, and I'm wondering if we bid it out, maybe find it.
So Daniel, the way I had this idea many years ago, I think when I was first on city council, and what I was told at that point in time is we have a parks department that is part of a union. And if we start subcontracting out those sort of activities, then it needs to be negotiated with the union that is allowed. Because essentially we are taking work away from union employees.
Well, when we negotiate that with the union, I mean, if that's a step, I mean, things are negotiable.
The other thing is that landscape maintenance is a portion of the Oregon Forward program. So if we are going to contract out landscape maintenance, then we have to go with an Oregon Forward, we have to go through the state's program.
So legally, we couldn't just say, put out for bid, who wants to do Waite Park or whatever park we choose?
Yeah, we cannot do that.
So it's a legal thing, so somebody has to go to legislature and change that rule.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just wondering why, because it seems like a simple,
It always does.
It always does.
All right,
somebody
there's
passed a
no
law,
bad,
that's
no
what-
bad questions.
Okay,
No
if
bad
somebody passed a law
questions.
that said, yeah, it's Oregon, I
Got you,
understand.
okay, yeah. All right. Oh, you were waving to someone. Okay, I just want to make sure everything, got it, sorry. All right, so
Daniel,
back, okay,
there's a
so back
story
to the
I'll tell
question
you
at
later.
hand. So we have this proposal to change 4.1 to evaluate and implement the Parks Master Plan. And then this proposal for evaluate and determine Parks and Recreation Management Structure to replace number 4.3.
No.
No.
The 4.1 needs to be evaluate and determine the structure.
Okay, well, we can change the numbers.
Yeah.
And make that, okay, but you want this one to be up top and then this would be further
Correct.
down? Okay,
And then funding, and then finally, once we have those two identified, then we can actually implement.
so then do you want so would the evaluate and determine management structure, does the funding options and making a decision fold into that goal? Or do we want to are you proposing separate goals that we evaluate and determine funding?
I think it should be separate.
What does the rest of council think?
It might, to me, it sounds like once we determine number one, number two might be a moot point, but it might also not be. So this way it's at least
Okay.
capturing it.
So then how do we want to, so then it would maybe
Bless you.
evaluate and determine funding mechanism? remember how I said it. Okay, evaluate,
That is a goal under the park master plan.
and then we can clean it up, but determine
Trying to stand up too.
funding,
Attention, I'm just.
funding options, okay,
Your body. Yes, I am. My body's like 90, I swear.
okay. All right, so I think I'm gonna put numbers on these really quick. So you're saying this would be new 4.1? This would be, no.
That would be 4.2.
This would be 4.2,
And then the top one would be 4.3.
and then, okay, to make it 4.3. Anybody? Not, everybody seems good with that? Okay, so then how do we want to update 4.4?
Refund.
And 4.4 and 4.2?
Isn't that part of this now?
Or with the
Yeah,
athletic?
4.4 just goes away.
Okay, so
Just
then.
goes away.
Okay. Okay, so then it's,
Because essentially that's built into the master plan.
because it's in the master, okay.
4.4 goes away. 4.2 is the fields.
4.2
Land
gets
acquisition.
subsumed into 4.1.
Did I capture that right? So the athletic field is part of the master plan,
Right, and then
And then-
4.4 just goes away.
because that's also,
That's the funding
And
okay,
that's in the master plan.
options.
Yeah, because essentially the athletic complex is part of the master plan.
It is.
Right.
okay,
And so is the aquatic center.
Yeah,
right,
so we don't need to call those out separately.
okay.
Oh my gosh, look at that, we're done with that
It's-
section.
So we have 10 minutes. Are there any proposals for new items? I know the master plan is a huge one because it's like that just, it's like has everything in there.
Everything's already in there, yeah.
All right, do we feel good about first master plan?
Yeah.
I wanted to check in. I feel like it's a nice opportunity to stop, but I don't know if dinner is here. Do we want to take the
I
break?
saw Maya leave, I'm assuming that's what she was off to do.
Okay, do you guys want to just maybe get started or do you want to take a 5-minute break or what do you, I just want to check
I
in with.
propose a 5-minute break,
5-minute break.
stretch break, and then
You get
jump in.
started now, you won't get stopped.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I almost want to recommend it, at least for the council, a working dinner.
Yes.
how does everyone feel about that? Do we have
Just take
consensus?
the break and
for-
they eat while we go on to the next.
Yeah, so do you guys want to take like a
I'm okay with that.
10-minute break and we'll come back at 5:30 and then we'll take 5 minutes to grab dinner?
No one minds if I
But you
stand
also
up
need to eat.
occasionally.
Oh, it's fine.
This is a letter, this is a card for Jeff Snyder, who passed away a couple of days ago.
Look at you, whatever the hell I mean. All right, we are back from a small dinner break, and we're moving into transportation.
Yeah, I was gonna offer it up, did we wanna go transportation, or do you guys wanna go to financial stability? If they're, I mean, it's like Jeopardy, what do you wanna go, where do you
We've
wanna?
been going backwards, we might as well just
You
keep
want
going.
to just keep with that, backwards in chronological order?
Actually, I'll
Okay.
take community growth for 2.2.
Yeah. All right, so with transportation, we've got, look at 3.2, like as the mayor said. So that was establish a task force to determine the level of service for streets and set street maintenance fees accordingly. So
That one
Oh,
is, you said you wanted to refine it.
I did.
Well, I think it was just about the piece where, because it talks about, and the first part of that is taking out the portion where it says the task force has been meeting. We've already got that, or it needs to be rephrased in that, task force bring forth they have brought forth recommendations, but it's currently under review there. City is completing an audit of the fees charged to industrial customers and other entities. So I guess I'm looking for, how do we fine tune that piece of it? And do we have a date yet when that might be coming to us, or we can,
Yeah, I would like to put a timeline on it.
do we have a certain month that we can anticipate that?
yeah, because that second part is set street maintenance fee accordingly. Counselor Patton has his hand raised.
Yeah, I think if it was something like, receive recommendation from street maintenance fee task force and discuss implementation of recommendation.
Yeah.
I can do that.
And if you wanted to put a timeline on it,
I don't know.
do you think like,
I think we should
End
have it
of-
done before we do the next maintenance, fee schedule.
which is what, in
June.
June? So like before the end of the second quarter?
Well, you've got the set street maintenance fees accordingly. And so when is that scheduled to happen?
Was that part of the other fees that we all vote on?
No, this is
It's
not.
separate.
It's a separate fee.
Because you could update it, as Counselor Patton was suggested, like receive the recommendations from the task force, and then you still need to set the street maintenance fee accordingly. So we would just update it to that.
Not the
Okay.
maintenance.
Aren't you guys incorporating the business license as well into that?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to
That's
get
part
it
of
done
the
before the fee schedule gets redone.
So we have something separate, we don't have just street maintenance fees, we have business license fees as well.
It's all part of one
But it's all-
recommended package.
Yeah, but it's all part of the street maintenance discussion.
Okay.
So our fiscal year starts when?
July 1.
July 1.
Oh,
All right, does everyone feel good about that?
Oh, we got the fee
About the
schedule.
proposed
and the budget
refinement?
all in.
Can you read
So
that? actually?
receives, yeah, so it would read, receive recommendations from task force and set street maintenance fees accordingly.
So we're treating the street maintenance fee as a separate issue than all the other fees. That's where I was kind of confused on the 1.0 was versus this.
And the reason being is because when the street maintenance fee was put into place, it was just a standalone number, and the.
Flat $5.
Flat $5, but no inflationary piece to it whatsoever. And now
Go ahead.
and so the committee that's been put together, one of the recommendations that they want to make to us is increasing the fee and putting an inflationary component to it. So right now, it's separate from the fee sheet, and once that gets approved, I believe it would be part of the ongoing fee sheet moving forward.
Well, I think what separates the street maintenance fee and the park maintenance fee from all the other fees is that they are their own ordinance within our charter.
Right.
So that's what separate, like, we don't have individual ordinances for like the garbage fee and this fee and that fee. Those are all part of the master fee schedule. But the street maintenance fee and the park maintenance fee were established by their own individual ordinances. And so therefore they are separate from that master fee schedule.
Okay, so when we vote to raise or lower or whatever we do to the master fee schedule, these are all exempt from that fee schedule?
Yeah.
Sorry, right.
Okay. All right, so we have clarity on 3.2. The other items here were around, for refinement, were 3.4 and 3.5. So we did capture some of the discussion up here. I don't know if you want to start with 3.5. I felt like there may have been consensus when we were going through the goal updates that needed to be tabled until 2026 goal setting. And so we just keep that as an ongoing goal and just refine the timeline. Is that where we landed?
I think that was the gist of that conversation.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I felt like
Still
too.
there, but we're changing the dates to more of a 26, 27.
Right. Okay, all right, so then that leaves 3.4, which is present an evaluation of county roads in the current city limits and urban growth boundary. And that was the conversation around Ivy Street is in process, negotiating on North Pine. The remaining are these half streets that kind of come up against the boundary of the UGB. And so the question was, do we want to take over the other half of those roads, or there's discussion around that? So I think that's where we're looking for refinement. So I don't know if council has proposals on how that should be refined or ways that we can provide additional direction to staff for implementation.
Well, the South Ivy piece, we're shooting for, we'll say October 31st of this year being done. So that's ongoing, and then the North Pine piece is ongoing, so maybe it is just a matter of just what is the goal look like?
Yeah, because the goal was presenting an evaluation of those roads. So it's around, I think the question in place was, what does council want the city to do about the half roads, yes?
So to me, it almost sounds like in there, the Pine, and what were you saying, the Ivy Street, correct?
South Ivy Street.
Creating a goal or modifying 3.4 to specifically call out finalizing, bringing those two streets in, but then create a different goal, identifying the next phase of city streets or county roads to be brought in as city streets. And part of that evaluation would be, are we doing half the road or are we doing the whole road?
What if we broke it into two separate ones?
That's what I'm recommending.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
That's
I've got this first, so the first
Most
one.
people
wasn't
listen to
listening
half
to
of
you.
what I'm saying anyways.
So first one is the finalized
Ivy and Pine would be one.
South Ivy and North Pine integration, or
Yes.
Oh,
Is that
see,
the-
I was thinking more of just one of the goals being completion of South Ivy. Or you're talking about, and then the integration of North Pine would be a separate one
Well, no, because we know we want to integrate North Pine, right?
at some point.
Yeah, so integration, we know for sure that we want to integrate all of North Pine and all of South Ivy.
But
So that would be the one thing, identifying like how we're going to do that and finalize that process. The second one is essentially next phase, we have all of these half streets. Are we going to bring them all in?
Gotcha.
In half or in whole? How are we going to do that? Because that one is has a lot more gray area than these other two identified streets.
So let me ask, Jerry, can I ask you a clarifying question? Jerry's gonna win the trifecta tonight. So my clarifying question, Jerry, is, so South Ivy is our responsibility to what point on the south side?
The IGA that you guys approved for this whole thing to go through is that it is currently a county road from 99E to Goods Bridge, but we have maintenance authority over it so that we can follow our traffic control plans and build it to our design standards. When we sign off on Ivy Street, on the project being completed from 99 to 11th Avenue, when that job, then that project is complete and we say we accept it, we take ownership from 99 to Goods Bridge. And then they write us a check for the equivalent of a 2-inch overlay.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
So, perfect, yeah. Because I know we had conversation back and forth on what was still counties and whatnot, but if it
Yep.
goes out to Goods Bridge, then that allows for the growth that's going to be going on out that way, so, okay. Perfect.
Okay, so we've got,
Thanks, Sherry.
so one of them would be, so we'd have one goal that says finalize South Ivy and North Pine integration completion, and then do we need a council goal that determines like what we want to do about half streets? So determine,
So, oh, go ahead.
yes.
What do we need in order to make that decision? What information do we need?
I have something to add to that. So these, Councilor Waterman, these half streets, I think maybe a recommendation would be to have staff take a look at them, and if they're in good shape, get the money from the county and take them before they're bad, before they run them before they don't do anything to them, would be the only thing. If you got, like we have one, if you guys go out by Lampro Steel, we paid to repave that whole thing when we put the sewer in. That would be a great one to take in, because it's all new asphalt, and then get paid for it and start.
So the deliverable for us is a report or something and recommendation from you.
Like
Yeah.
like I could talk with the county and say, you want to give us an offer on any of these better roads, and we could bring them to you guys for a decision. Okay.
Yeah, so essentially, receive a report from city staff on bringing in the next phase of county roads.
So could that, I mean, that could be, you could keep that goal as ongoing then, because it's presented an evaluation of existing county roads and current city limits and UGB, and just knowing that South
Well-
Ivy and North Pine are kind of, we're gonna complete that, and then knowing that the existing roads there are the half streets. So you could keep it as written, or you could propose new language.
Well, South Ivy is slated to be completed end of October.
Yeah.
And what about Pine?
Pine, we just received an offer,
Okay.
and we're going to be, Eileen and I are going to be bringing that to you guys.
So
at City Council.
realistically, I think verbiage, we shouldn't even really have Pine in there, or Ivy in there.
We should or should?
If it's already being completed.
When is it scheduled to be complete?
But it's not complete.
Not until October, not until October.
That new goal,
Okay,
because we know for sure what we're doing with those roads.
gotcha.
The determination is, do we just modify, because I think in here it says, identify county roads in future urban growth boundary and determine cost and impact of integration. Some of these roads are gonna be outside of our current urban growth boundary. Is that correct, Jerry?
Yeah.
And so we would need to make modifications to that verbiage.
Yeah, but I think this is
We'll
what
be
we had talked about, that one's just
at the
refined
urban
with the
growth boundary.
timeline.
We won't be out of it.
Okay, now you've confused me.
Because the urban growth boundary, well, that's a Dawn question. Where, is it in the center of the road, Dawn, or is it on the edge? That's, like, all around this outskirts of Canby, like Malino Road. Like Malino's a good example because of Columbia Distributing being developed.
So I would agree that this should be an ongoing discussion, but I think we could clearly provide a report back each year on this. Part of this is on Malino. The full intention of that on the urban growth boundary is for industrial lands to be continuous going eastward past Malino, which would take the other half of the road. The other question is, can we actually purchase from the county and develop a city road without annexing that land? I don't know the answer to that. That's a legal question. We for sure could do it if the urban growth boundary expansion were expanded. So I would agree with the report. We'd be working in concert with Public Works through the concept planning, but there's about 400 acres east of Malino on that, just directly east, that is pretty much earmarked for industrial employment lands as part of the urban growth boundary expansion. And it's in the economic opportunity analysis as such, so, yeah.
Counselor.
See, that's why I'm recommending that either whether we modify the verbiage of one of these or create a new one, it's that all of that information would be, I've got the button pushed, okay. All of that information would be in this proposal of looking at the next phase of county road acquisition. So it gives, it's not so defined that it ties the hands of these folks as to what they want to bring back to us, but it lets them know we've got a goal that by the next time we do this, we should receive a report on what that looks like, and then the council can make decisions on what we want to do. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, too.
So could we define it to present an evaluation of county road, or present a phase 2 evaluation of county roads? Does that,
Yeah, we could talk to Clackamas County and bring something back with more information on this, so we can answer you guys' questions a lot better.
Yeah, and there might be a near term, I mean, if we can acquire that without annexation and have city ownership inside of or outside of an urban growth boundary, I don't know the answer. If that's a possibility, we could do it quicker. But we may need to expand the boundary to actually take the other half of the road in. I'm not sure what the answer to that is.
So, but what we're trying to determine is, based on the information you bring, which and how many roads we plan on bringing in. That's our goal, right? That's what we're ultimately trying to figure out.
Right. Or in what timeframe?
Right.
You know, if it's all of them, you know, obviously that's not going to happen all at one time.
Right.
I mean, we've been chunking down on this for 10 years.
Which we would have had all the ones inside the city done, but they didn't have enough to offer us on Pine. So.
all right. Staff, do you feel like you have enough direction with it, like evaluate phase 2? All right.
Is 10th Street also included with that Pine, or,
It's a city road.
so 10th Street?
Councilor Davis, do you want to say something, or?
Yeah, just while we're on transportation, how do we deal, Jerry, with the current city streets that need improvement, i.e. 3rd and 4th off of Ivy and South Pine off of Township, where you've got that single lane? How do we bring our existing problems up to standard?
10th Street too.
Like, we have every 5 years, we go out for, have a company shoot all the roads, give us.
Yeah, but I mean, for instance, we're dealing with that traffic problem on 3rd and 4th off of Township going towards the high school.
Oh.
And then that problem, and that's kind of a planning issue.
You mean
But then
the-
we've got South Pine right off of Township, that single road where that tree sticks out. That's a huge safety issue. How do we resolve those?
You would have to do eminent domain and take the property.
Daniel.
There you go, Dan.
I know because they won't give us the real estate to put the site, to move the road in, or wait for development, and then planning will require them to do the half-street improvement.
Okay.
We have them on Township over there where we're constantly painting the red paint on Pine.
Right.
And,
And then, I hate to bring up the sore subject, but Dr. Perman's property, that's a private drive?
yes, built to private standards.
Private standards, yet there are businesses going in there. So how do we deal with those? How do we
There was a subdivision for that whole area, which relied on a private road for the development. They're completely authorized by zoning, and the fact that they're developing according to our standards. We could probably spend the evening talking about this topic tonight, and I don't think we do want to talk about it, but let me give you the thumbnail of this is it's a private road, private responsibility for a private road. Doesn't have anything to do with the city, is really where we're at on that. There's a pedestrian easement across it, but anyway, that's the thumbnail from planning's report on that.
Okay, thanks, Don.
All right, so we have clarity on the things that are existing on the board. Want to open it up if there's any proposals for new items, but with that, just wanting to share some of there was one thing that came up in the outreach with council, just talking about prioritizing the completion of Walnut Street and that connection of the industrial park to 99. And the other thing that was brought up several times was the Ivy Street and the North Pine being scoped. So those are just the two pieces, but we're just thinking about that. Are there any proposals for new items for under
I would
transportation?
like to see,
Hold on just a second. Counselor Stone's had a hand raised. Now I'll get it.
Sorry. Oh, I was just gonna say 10th Street.
Which one, what about 10th Street?
10th Street, it's trimming down there before. It's pretty bad.
North or south?
Yesterday.
You're talking about north?
North, yeah.
Yeah, it is bad.
Counselor Stearns,
It's already in the works.
you're going to be seeing that soon. We just had the bid closing for that yesterday. And we're putting together all of the contracts and stuff to bring to council for approval. And we'll be completely reconstructing 10th Avenue from Pine to Locust Street.
Including sidewalks.
Includes some.
Yeah, yep, sidewalks, new sewer, everything. It's a nice project. Another one we've been
Because
working on.
everybody complains to me about that.
Yeah.
10th Street, that's what they
All
tell me.
right, good. So we've got something in the works.
Yeah.
All right. Counselor Davis.
again, South Pine and Township, we've got to do something with that. School buses, fire trucks, everybody's using that, and we're just asking for trouble there.
Are you talking about signaling that?
No, widening.
No, it needs to be widened.
We gotta widen that we gotta widen that street, that's a single lane.
We need to take
We
the
got
real
school
estate.
buses.
If we were gonna do it, we'd have to seize the property to do it. And it'd be a council decision.
Yeah, if we can just get recommendations,
Yeah.
put that up as a goal to deal with
Okay.
that.
I
So,
think it'd be good, we would love to have that finished, Counselor Davis.
Yeah.
so what's the proposal for the,
Bring solutions to fix the safety issue at Pine and Township.
or conduct a safety study or?
Well, bring options to
Studies that it's not safe.
bring options
Okay, so- Okay.
to do the Half Street improvement.
No one needs to tell us it's not safe.
To finish the improvements.
To complete improvements?
Yeah, and a lot of times too, I'm glad you brought this up, Counselor Davis, because sometimes people move, we don't know it, and maybe they would want sidewalks in there. And would give us the real estate. You know, when I started 10th Avenue, we could get like a quarter of them, and now we got 99% of them, so.
So what's the street, is it 10th Avenue? Is that I'm
No,
hearing?
it's Pines, South Pine
South Pine?
Street and South Township.
And South Township? Okay.
I would say to undertake the improvement,
Or undertake approval?
undertake the improvement.
Oh, undertake the improvement.
If the council was willing to pay for the improvements, the city to pay for the improvements, we would love to go talk to the property owners to see if they'd be willing to give us the real estate to do the
Do we
improvements.
know what the cost would be of this?
Yeah, probably 400,000, 350,
So
400,000.
if you would put on there, develop the cost estimate as well.
Okay, so, all right, so it would say, develop cost estimate. Let's get it all out here. Actually, let's do it up here.
Yeah, wouldn't it be just like develop a plan and develop and present plan on how to fix this? And then that would all be part of it?
Yeah. The plan would be to get a cost, bring it to you, see if you're interested in paying that much to fix it, and then approach the property owners.
But the overall verbiage would be just to get the plan to move forward with it. Yeah, it's insane to see how busy that little intersection is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, does that capture it? Develop cost estimate and undertake improvements in South Pine and South Township? Okay,
We can work with that.
yes.
I have a new one that I would like to
Okay.
propose when you're ready.
All right. Counselor Patton has one and the mayor has a new one. Okay. Other proposals?
So we received information from Todd about our, the need for expanded transit system, like going to other areas and stuff, and that there is not the funding in our current mechanisms to do that. I really feel that it should be made a goal for the council to start to take a hard look at how do we actually fund the transit system to be able to do the things that the citizens need it to do and provide the services that they want to see. That's what I'm throwing out there for consideration.
So what's the goal?
The goal would be to essentially, receive a report from staff on how we fund, like, various funding mechanisms, and what those costs would be to provide the service that people want, and then recommendations on how to make that happen, and aggressively go after them.
So we have services right now that people want that we're not funding?
Correct. Because like there was talk about, being able to run the route instead of doing from one end to the other and back and forth, do half and half. Do the loop internally instead of going round and round, do half and half, so that way. And how this comes up is, I had never used the CAT system before, but a truck broke down, I needed to get back up to Olympia to pick up my other vehicle, so I decided I would take the train. So I used public transit to get from Canby to Oregon City. And I had to give myself a ton of extra time, so I essentially walked from my house to Cuts Force, waited for the bus to take me to Oregon City, then walked from the Oregon City Transit Center to the train station, and off I went. And it took a ton of time. And so, it has been determined that there's people who want to go to a different place in Woodburn. Do we extend it further out, to different things in Wilsonville and up to Milwaukee and stuff? It's been determined that those are things that people want to see, but we don't have a way of doing that. So what are the mechanisms that we need to utilize in order to get the funding to do that? Todd's getting a certain amount of grants. What other things does the city need to do in order to capture more of those grants? Lobbying, those sort of things.
Council, you have a brand-new transit master plan. So this question and this need is really no different than the conversation that you had before on your park system. You have a brand-new park master plan as well, so.
Yeah, I was part of that, and I don't know if I can talk and speak, but I thought we had made adjustments and changes to be able to accommodate the master plan, that we had enough money left over, a little bit in it, to do that. So I didn't realize that there was any sort of large gap into the adjusted transit master plan.
Is that a question?
Have I stuck my foot in something?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
You already own the mechanism to fund transit. It's already yours. It's in your possession. It's the Canby area transit tax is the council's transit tax. It's, you control the amount it charges every year.
That's the word, control.
Yeah, what is it that we charge? Because in the budget book, it just says what the savings is over time.
0.6%.
Yeah.
If somebody makes $100,000 a year, that employee gets taxed $600.
Technically, it's the business themselves that
Yes,
gets
but the
taxed.
business treats it as an employee payroll cost.
It's 1/6%. Okay.
Yes, correct. It's been that way since we pulled out of TriMet, so it has never been adjusted.
As compared to TriMet, it's about 8.3 or 4 right now.
I don't know what it is this year, whatever.
they raise
I look it up every year when I do the budget.
It's 35.62% cheaper than TriMet's.
Correct.
So do the math, tax guy.
No, I do TriMet, I do the TriMet, but they change it every year, and I was doing back taxes.
They have a ladder that they get approved every 10 years or so that goes up every single year, a certain amount. The transit properties that pulled out of TriMet, all of them are still operating at the original level. So Wilsonville is half or 0.05, and everybody else is, I believe, 0.06.
Couple of points about the transit tax that, I don't know if somebody's aware of. our finance people director or whatever, compliance is pretty bad. I do tax returns. I mentioned Canby Transit, and they, do I have to pay it? I said, well, the city would like you to. And they said, what do they do if they don't? And then they answered as well, you have to take it up with them. But so far, if you don't have a business license, I think you don't get a bill. And if you don't get a bill, you don't pay it.
So this is more Scott's area, but my understanding is that they do have a list of all the registered businesses. They are looking for returns, and when they don't get them, they fine them until they turn them in. I think they send them letters of non.
But only if they have a business license.
Correct.
So I just also,
yeah,
this is an interesting conversation, but it's not exactly goal setting.
So-
But maybe if there's interest, can take it up at another time. But to get back to the point that Councilor Patton was making and then the response that Todd gave you, do you feel like that meets that need, or is there, because I'm not hearing a specific proposal of something that we would add to a goal?
So to me, it sounds like, again, this would be maybe a potential work session, a goal of having a work session to talk about these things, and therefore determining.
Well, I think if we have a goal to take the steps to then implement, and the goal is implement the park master plan, then we should have a goal of how do we fully implement the transportation plan.
So review the transportation plan in accordance with funding.
Yeah.
Transit master plan.
The transit master plan.
Transportation plans.
So
Yeah.
implement transit master plan in accordance with that?
Yeah.
It's not, it's a little bit different than a transportation plan. It's more of a guidance, not really do this, do this, do this. It's just that these are good ideas to look at.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, when I sat in front of you and heard your presentation, what I got from it was, people want more service, and we are not able to fund the service they want.
That's correct.
So we've made do with what we can.
Yes.
What I want to do is actually prioritize, put on the council's radar, a prioritization to look at what the need is and come up with a plan to fund it.
So then you'd be looking at prioritizing the next phase of transit. So what do you want to see next, right? So what's the next service you want to implement? Because as of right now, we don't have any money to implement anything next. So first you need to prioritize what service you want to implement next. The last one you gave us was the Canby Loop, which we've implemented the Canby Loop. So that would be up to you
It
to
also
decide.
included making adjustments to Woodburn.
Woodburn.
Doing additional service to Wilsonville.
Wilsonville, yeah.
And that's all been implemented?
No, none of that's all in the
Okay.
new transit master plan. I'm talking about the
We don't
old,
have the money for that.
yeah, I'm just talking about the old council goals.
Yeah.
Were
Yeah.
the last service-related council goal was the loop. It's, and then, of course, the bus stops along 99. Those two have been implemented. So now you need to decide what's next.
And how much will it cost?
Yeah.
And how much revenue do you?
So I try to capture as evaluate next phase of transit services, maybe, and identify
And propose
and identify funding
funding.
and propose funding options.
Or let's
You
see.
need more service.
Sorry, read that
That
again,
costs
Ashley.
less.
Okay, evaluate next phase of transit services and propose funding options.
I would say propose next services, cost of those services, and the funding.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna capture it with cost and funding, and then we can kind of clean it up. Everybody okay with that? Okay, all right, I'll add it. And then, Mayor, you said you had a proposal?
Well, one's a comment and the other one maybe is a proposal, so Todd, don't go anywhere. The first one is regarding Walnut Street. I know that that's on the docket, and it's not really in the transportation area here as an ongoing goal. Do we want that? I know it's in the works. Do we want that called out as a goal that's yet to be accomplished?
Walnut Street
Walnut Street?
Yeah, Walnut Street.
completion.
Because it's not completed yet, it's in process, but
I think definitely make it a goal.
that's what I'm asking. Do we want to make it a goal?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay, so proposed language for that, complete Walnut Street?
Yeah, just the completion of Walnut Street into 99E.
Yeah, complete and,
Give us a date for that, right?
I
yeah,
don't,
complete and hold ribbon cutting ceremony for Walnut Street extension.
and we're gonna line up a whole bunch of semis to drive down it so they understand that that's their in and out now, not Haynes Road.
So when I was going
Sorry.
when I was going
Or
to
what?
Or Fifth?
Or Fifth?
yeah,
Sure,
when
that'll
I was
work.
going to the airport Monday morning to head to
Oh, yeah. Were
and
they
there
lined
was
up?
the semi-tractor trailer that was beached on the side of the road because they had tried to go up by Foursquare Church and then tried to pull into Foursquare Church parking lot and had beached themselves. So the whole road was shut down. There was wreckers in there. It was a
You
mess.
could host a whole like community engagement awareness event with like a semi-truck parade. You could have like a night parade with lights.
We could make it
and
part of the
lights
touch a
on
truck
it.
convoy.
Do all sorts of interesting things that you can do. All right, other proposals for transportation?
One more, and that's why I had Todd stay here, is we've had the proposal, there was the goal, and I believe it's in the transit master plan about our new space. We've since kind of tabled that. I still think that that should be a goal, whether that's something that we dive into this year or that it's at least a placeholder for this year and next year, or next year and the year after. So that's my,
Yeah, we gotta do something.
Yep.
Yeah, I have to attempt to renegotiate my lease because it's up this year. I was kind of hoping we'd be gone.
I know, that's why, while I was reading through the notes that you submitted, and I saw that it was on there, but we really don't have anything kind of, I know we're a little bit of limbo.
Gets back to that funding thing.
Yeah. All right.
So essentially, it's like reevaluating how to implement our transit center construction plan.
Transit HQ?
We need a transit operations center, which we don't have.
And so so it's more of it identifying funding or evaluating funding options
Oh, it's way
for
messier than
transit?
It's identifying funding and
Recommendation.
placement.
I'm just looking for a proposal about what we could add up on the board with
Yeah.
specificity that feels reasonable and
think, Todd?
achievable.
Build a new transit building.
Well, we're in the process, so I guess we need to identify options for our current piece of property, is what we need to do.
To identify options
Yeah,
for property? Okay.
because that's really where we're at. We own property. Our problem is, of course, we thought certain funding would be available. It's not. COVID changed the prices. So we need to look and see what options are available to actually build something on our current piece of property.
So, okay,
Identify property options for the transit operations center.
but you already have the property, so you say property
Funding.
options means it seems.
So funding options.
Okay, identify funding options,
Yeah.
Big
And
enough
or,
for that. Are they conflicts?
okay. Thank you for, you guys all know what you're talking about, but I wasn't sure, so, with okay, whether it was the land or the funding. So identify funding options for transit HQ, okay? All right. Anything else for transportation? You guys ready to?
Can I, sorry, one
Sure.
more thing. As I look at, because previously there wasn't, in last year's goal, we did not, as I'm reading this, it did not have any transit. And so I'm proposing to change the goal from what it is to plan a transportation and transit system that enhances the growth of Canby.
So changing the name of the goal up
Yeah.
there? Okay, to what?
Oh, geez, come on, Ashley. Plan a transportation and transit system that enhances the growth of Canby.
Well, enhances the growth of Canby or meets Canby's growing needs?
I like that, let's do that.
That meets Canby's.
Canby's
You
growing
guys do know
needs.
she doesn't have whiteout, right?
I mean, we actually do, but.
Don't tell them this.
Have you seen the bag of tricks that they have over there?
I saw a little bit.
The only reason I recommend that is people's hair start to stand up when they start talking about Canby's growth. And calling that out specifically, this might soften the edges of that a little bit.
Okay,
It is what it is.
I know,
Okay, so I'm all out of tricks on this one.
all right. You feel good about transportation? All right,
And I do
Todd, you're off the
apologize,
hook.
but I have to jet.
Okay,
okay,
see you later, Herman. Feel better.
all right.
Thank you, appreciate it. You guys have a
Thanks,
good
Todd.
night. Too.
Okay,
Good night.
thank you.
Go get rid of the crowd.
Okay, so for the next one, for community growth, the 2.1 refined, 2.2 refined, and then I think we identified that 2.4 needed to be refined. So let's start with 2.1. Complete the, okay, this was around like, so the completing the city's housing needs analysis, which is done, and then the housing production strategy. So the question is like, the staff's needing direction on what housing production strategies council would want to undertake. So,
I'm sorry, staff needs clarification on that?
well, I think, so my understanding is that you've got this housing production strategy that's going to be anticipated to be ready for hearing in summer 2025.
Yeah.
It says staff awaiting results of other communities completing their housing production strategies. So to determine financial commitments will be required. So it sounds like there's production strategies that are going to be presented to you, and then staff is going to need direction from you on which ones you want to implement.
I think that we have completed the housing needs analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's completing the housing production strategy.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah, so I think all it is we just need to strike city's housing needs strike housing needs analysis, and it needs to be complete the city's housing production strategy. Bam.
Well, and then, so my question is that do we need additional clarification for staff in terms of, yes, you will complete the strategies, but do you need direction on which strategies to implement?
No, I was just going to add that we will be seeking that input on March 5th or March 19th, I believe, at a council work session. So that's just my only add for housing production strategies.
Yeah, so ultimately, complete the city's housing production strategy. Bam.
Okay. All right, we're good? Okay. All right, 2.2, recruit hotel motel for Canby. And so we talked about having it ongoing, but maybe just providing additional clarity.
I don't know exactly how to. Last year at this time, we said that this has appeared on city goals for quite some time and that we wanted some action on this one. And we still haven't got any action on it. And it goes to how do we help the downtown or the businesses in Canby to thrive and to be successful, you know, as far as keeping people in town. So we have the civic center, or, you know, the fairgrounds, we've got the hotel, motel study, everything else is there. We really got to put some priority on economic development for our businesses. And the only way we're going to do that is to keep people in town. And we have got to make that a priority to solicit a hotel motel franchise to come into Canby, if not one, two, so that we can help our businesses downtown. So I don't know how else we can make it more clear that we see this as a priority of this council to get this done. Because we had to call for a report last October on where we were, and we still haven't got any further than we were last year at this time.
Well, does staff want to share what's been done to date and maybe either challenges or opportunities that are related to that?
Well, I think we continue to assess the possibilities as they come in, you know, as they come. The question is that we've been, you know, that what we have put to the council is the city going to be the developer of the property, or does the city want to create any incentives to attract a hotel developer to town? And so far, what we've heard is that the council is not interested in being that developer, nor offering any kinds of financial incentives. So I don't know what else to do on this issue short of us actively getting in and being that developer.
Actually, you know what?
No, Brian was next, technically,
Okay.
and then me.
All right, Mayor.
So
I guess, right, so I think us working with a developer to bring it in or build it, and then us be the managers and operators of it, I think is a non-starter.
Okay.
At least it is for me. In terms of the financial incentives piece, I know that at one point the council said that there was not an interest in that, or wasn't a stomach for that, and I would ask the council to reconsider that as a potential option to try to draw and land a hotel development in Canby. Because I think that that's what it's going to take, in my
I
opinion.
guess, for me, I guess my question is how many people have we actually approached and how many people have rejected us and what were the reasons?
Jamie?
I would say that Canby hasn't been rejected. It's more that at this time, what we have heard from whether it's a developer or someone who represents a hotel company, they look for people who can do a franchise. They look for developers who have done hotels in different areas nearby, and it's the financial piece. So whether it's an incentive or if the city decided to buy land and then do something like a public-private partnership like we did with the Dahlia, where there's a piece where a stake in the game, it's not that we've been told no. In fact, everyone I've spoken with, even if they say now's not the time, they're excited about the prospect of Canby for hotel development. And so we've met with developers who have, whether that's specific brands, and I'm cautious not to use the brands because
Yeah, I understand.
can interrupt some of that development, but that those conversations are ongoing, whether that's with just checking back in and saying, have you found someone for a franchise, or who's interested, or found someone who's able to put that financial piece together. Especially, I would say, within the last 6 months, things have changed, with interest rates and those kinds of things. But when you're doing a development of that size, we were asked at one point to finance a development and then see kind of, in the next couple of years, then they could pay the city back. So if the city had some skin in the game, whether that was we purchased a parcel of land and specifically marketed that for a hotel, or incentives like Eileen said, those would be two factors that I think would be able to help us better position the city of Canby. But Canby is not poorly positioned at this time. It's just the right person.
So we've had specific requests saying, hey, if you did this, it would more likely help us to consider it.
And I would say that much like any sort of business development, we often hear about incentives, whether that's a small business coming into town, industrial business, but that I would say that more so that the hoteliers ask about that, and if there was a business, a community nearby that offered them, they would more likely do that. But our proximity to, I-5, where we're located, the hotel study, it all really is very positive. And the conversations that I'm having are positive and ongoing. It's just that they haven't found that financial piece.
No one wants to do it yet. That's the problem. It shows that we should have a hotel. It shows that it makes sense to build a hotel. It shows that there's a need for a hotel, but no one has come in to actually do it. And we can't force someone to come in and build this hotel. So what I'm going to propose is this. The goal be revisit private-public partnership options for a hotel motel in the city of Canby.
Other conversation or reactions to that proposal?
My one reaction is I would take the motel piece off.
Hotel.
I was going to say
Flat.
that same.
Okay, bam. Does that sound like a plan to you, Jim? Because this is your baby. You've got it in the pram, you're running it down the mountain, and I want, the last thing I want you to do is run me over with that thing, okay? So.
That works.
All right, so
So-
evaluate
And I'd
options
like
for
to add to
public-private
that is
partnership.
to include options for the council to consider. In other words, what are the other options to consider? as we move forward.
When you say other options,
Whatever that might be, whether it's the public-private partnerships, what do they want? Land, whatever that might be, but what are the options?
So options within the public-private partnership model or options like other financial
Also in general.
incentives?
In general.
what are they
Yeah, so
asking
like-
So
for?
maybe we broaden it to say evaluate, now I'm drawing a blank.
So like revisit options for attracting a hotel in the city of Canby,
There we go.
Yeah.
hotel developer to the city of Canby. Yeah, revisit options for, now it's escaped me.
How about evaluate options to
No, I thought it
recruit
was
hotel? And then we know that it could include public-private partnership,
Yeah.
it could include incentives, and then, so staff can work on those options, bring them to council to consider, and then have some direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Daniel, we cannot build it where the water tank is.
We could, but it'd have to be really tall
It'd
and
be a
skinny.
tall one.
We can see about
Go
condemning some
down.
land, Daniel.
Yeah, that's the truth, yeah.
There you go, you just have to climb, gotta climb the ladder to get up there.
Actually,
Okay,
if I could just,
yes.
That'd be the narrow.
I know that the hotel is your priority, Jim, but personally, I'm more ambivalent about that goal. I think if somebody wants to build a hotel in Canby, they will do it. If they don't, we can't really twist their arm to do it. And I'm not comfortable with having the city become a hotelier organization. I think that's kind of outside the scope of what the cities do, but for my input is that although I think the hotel will be a nice thing, I don't think it's something that we need to do more than cheerlead for personally.
So with the way that it's written, why don't we just do, I'm just gonna check in with each person on whether or not it should be a goal, so we can keep with our guidelines for success of consensus for majority. So we've heard from Councilor Stearns. Councilor Waterman?
I agree with what we were just talking about.
Okay, then,
Oh, absolutely. Needs to be
all
a goal.
right.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Sorry, Councilor Stearns, but, okay, so it'll stay on
good for
because there
you.
is,
There'll be more
there's
discussion about
consensus.
it.
Yeah, okay. All right, wonderful. So we've got that one.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Jim.
2.1,
Thanks, Jamie.
2.2. All right, any proposals for new items? Councilor Stearns?
One thing I want to propose, at least for kind of economic development, is we're going to be cheerleading for a hotel, and that's great, we get a hotel. One thing from the transportation study, we pretty much figured out that the vast majority of people who work here don't live here, and the vast majority of people who live here don't work here. I would like to see some proposal or project about getting higher paying jobs into the city of Canby. Talking about professional technology, those kinds of jobs. Hotels fine, but people that work at a hotel aren't making that much money, and the people who will work at that hotel probably won't be able to afford to live in Canby. And I would like to see a goal of some recruitment or cheerleading or whatever you call it to get higher paying jobs in Canby.
All right, so it's a proposal for some sort of business recruitment.
Yeah, to recruit higher paying professionals, jobs, engineers, maybe accountants, lawyers, technology people, that kind of thing.
I think this is something that's been kind of on my mind for a while now, because as our economic development department, as I understand it, was really built around filling up the industrial park and the stuff to do with the urban renewal district. That's gonna sunset, and the funding for that is then gonna start coming out of the general fund, or essentially what tax money would be coming from that district into the city. A part of me has sort of thought that maybe because of this pretty paradigm shift in that, it might be good to sit down and create a council goal and reevaluate what the council's policies want to be around economic development within the city, higher paying jobs, updating, the rules about the number of employees per acre in the industrial park to incentivize light industrial over distribution centers. How are we going to deal with the downtown core in that huge shift that funding is going to change? And what are the goals or the things that we as a city council want to see that then Eileen can take to the economic development, Jamie and her team, to then implement in the city?
So are you proposing like establishing a economic development vision or strategy? I'm not sure what's existing at the city in terms of, is there an economic development strategic plan?
We use a lot of the urban renewal plan to.
All right. Back to it.
I'd say that the urban renewal plan has widely kind of driven our efforts. And so with urban renewal coming to an end in '26, that would be something that we could do. We talked, because regionally there's some effort through the Ford Family Foundation, which we've used funding from them before, to do economic development planning, but with the comprehensive plan that is underway, and that kind of setting the tone for what the future of industrial lands, employment land, commercial. Don and I spoke and thought that it might not be the right time yet to plan for economic development until we are absolutely sure what boundary will be brought into the area, what kind of acreage we're talking about, just because things have changed so much. And so we were going to revisit that summertime of this coming year, which then kind of dovetails to that urban renewal district sunsetting as well. And so that was something that was on our radar, but not actively being worked on at this time, just because we wanted to make sure that we weren't kind of putting the cart before the horse.
So to me, I think if that's where if you are already starting to think about that, then I think it lends itself to making it a council goal and putting it on our radar for the future.
All right, so how would we propose to have the specificity of that goal?
I would say develop or revise the current economic plan.
And the only thing I was thinking, and Don might have something to, you don't have to come up yet, but that some of those items like employees per acre, some of that is planning driven with economic development impacts. Some of it is economic development driven with planning impacts. The kinds of businesses that can come in, that would be comprehensive plan. So some of those conversations, broader conversations about like bringing in higher paying jobs, those conversations are going to be more naturally coming as the comprehensive plan comes to fruition and is adopted. Is that correct?
Everything you said, Jamie, is correct. I think.
I love when you say that.
Yeah, it's all good. So I think this is a great conversation. I think there's a lot of elements here as we go through the urban growth boundary evaluation and expansion. And there are tools that could be evaluated. Some jurisdictions have tried to do family wage job incentives where they reduce traffic impact fees, for example, for specifics on types of employers. So there's a number of ways I think this could be looked at. It could be very targeted and very special applications where we're giving them special incentives to come in. I think overall, more broadly though, to Jamie's point, currently with 3 employees per acre, that is not a real high bar. Mm-hmm. And if we're looking in the other thing that's difficult about zoning is it's very difficult to zone something. So we only take family wage jobs. That's not really legal to do that. But what you can do is you can put development parameters around that to incentivize that. So if we don't want to focus on warehousing so much, we might limit what warehouse space can be. And there's some very large warehouses that are going to be on the horizon here, and you're going to see really giant buildings coming out of the ground over the next year, 2 of them. And that is not the template that we want. So there is a zoning tool. There's a acreage tool that Jamie's talking about. What is the area going to be? And we'll know more about that in concept planning. And then the other tool is the zoning that we have now. Is that sufficient for that boundary expansion, or should it be different? What should that look like? Maybe the parcel sizes are smaller. We have a maximum, parcel size, or maybe the warehouse space, if they have that component, is limited. So the difficulty is, though, we don't control the market. I mean, that's the difficulty here. I mean, that's really the bottom line. You can incentivize it, but it's not something that you can necessarily achieve easily. Although I would say that the Economic Development Group has done a great job on Pioneer Industrial Park. It is almost full or committed. And there's clusters of like food processing that I think is great. I mean, that's a really good sector. There's construction sector, and there's some high-tech sector. And for Canby, that is pretty phenomenal. I mean, when we compare ourselves to many other smaller towns, we are lucky to have an industrial park and acreage. And that's going to even become more valuable because in the metro area, there's just not much left. And we're within striking distance of the metro area very easily. In fact, Woodburn is still in that area, and they're quite a ways from us. But so there's a lot of these things that could be talked about further as we get into concept planning. I agree with Jamie on this, but it is somewhat complicated. But it will, if we do want to do, more targeted, higher like employees per acre, I think that's a good thing. We want policy direction on that. And then the other part is we want to incentivize and say, brand, whatever that is. If we want a high-tech firm, and are we willing to go there and carve out and saying, these very special firms get this cut or break, and what do we want to do there? I mean, those are the kinds of things I would suggest that we look at.
Yeah. Because my big concern is that we have these humongous warehouses that are going up out there, right? And most of these places are coming from an existing warehouse, right? And all of a sudden, that warehouse space is going to be vacant. And the cities that warehouse space is going to be in are now going to be saddled with a decision, with how are we going to deal with that? So the thing that I'm concerned about is that down the road, a future city council is all of a sudden going to have to grapple with the fact that Columbia Distribution has decided to leave the city. And then what do you do with that behemoth of a building? That then falls on the city to deal with, essentially. And so any way we can do to start to build a plan for how that will look long-term, I think is going to be part of this larger conversation of how does our economic development department evolve as we sunset the district.
And I think the conversation we're having right now needs to happen, probably not right now.
Yeah.
But it does need to happen. I would like, as a goal, to have this conversation we're having right now as a goal, so we can talk about all these things that you're talking about, which we probably shouldn't do right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Does that make sense?
So I'm hearing maybe proposals for 2 items. One, I tried to capture it, I'm not sure if this is right, but evaluate planning tools to incentivize commercial and light industrial or business. We can incentivize whatever development or whatever business you want, and then notes around targeting increasing in employees per acre or high tech.
Well, yeah, those, but I specifically am looking for a goal that talks about overarchingly, what is going to be our policy moving forward with our economic development department? Because that is going to have a huge shift when this all changes.
You want a policy or you want a plan?
Well, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the original, like the plan, there was a plan created for the urban renewal district. And then that plan sort of helped, the council used that plan to create policy on what that was going to look like, right? Like how that was going to be implemented and what phases, what parts of that they were going to implement, right?
Correct.
It would essentially be doing that process again, but knowing that there is no industrial park anymore. And how that is going to look is going to be different because you're not dealing with empty tracts of land. You're now dealing with some empty tracts of land, but you're dealing with You know, we got these buildings downtown that could potentially be turned into a Dahlia. Or we've got these areas out here that could be targeted for development. There needs to be a new plan. That plan is ending. We now need a new plan.
But what we're hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that those conversations are being had, and maybe after the middle of the summer, you'll have more clarity in terms of what that might look like.
Well, and with the effort around the urban growth boundary, there will be more land. Is that what your face was kind of?
Yeah.
So I hear.
Yeah, I just think we want to be able to live in Canby and work in Canby. That's the overall goal of it, instead of having jobs in Canby for other people to come to, and then people living in Canby that go somewhere else for the job.
And the balance, we want that too. I mean, the balance of housing affordability and being able to live here and work here is a critical item. I mean, I agree. I think it's more of a long-term, meaning like a year projection. Near term, we're not going to be there in 6 months. I mean, we're not going to know where that boundary is until probably a year and a half from roughly. That we won't know in firmness, but we could be looking at those issues as it relates to ultimately that property will end up having comprehensive plan designations on it, which will then talk about specifics about implementation of zoning, which will then be implemented in our zoning code. And my vision is we are probably going to have new zones anyway in the urban growth boundary than we do now. We probably will have some, especially for employment. I believe our current zones probably don't adequately address what that desire is, which is that balance of housing and employment. Because those go hand, the reason people are traveling such long distances, we're in a regional market and it's extremely expensive to live in Canby. Jamie and I talked to the major employers here, all but one of them said that their people would love to work here, but they can't afford to live here. And so that's,
But there are jobs where you could afford to live here and work here, and my idea would be, yes, more affordable housing, but also more affordability for that housing. And right now, the people live in Canby that earn a money that allows them to live in Canby have to go to another location to earn that money to come to Canby and live in Canby. Wouldn't it be nice if the job, because the job is out there that can afford to live in Canby, but they're just not in Canby. And that, as a general rule, I'm one of the very rare people that live and work in Canby, but it's not common. And I would, there's two aspects. Housing cheaper, yeah, great, but more money to pay for the housing, that also. The two things need to happen at the same match. And so if we just work on getting all the housing to be really cheap, then that's not the exact balance,
Mayor?
No, I'm good.
Well, so I guess for me then, so if you want a goal that is looking at that, then what is the goal you're proposing for us to digest?
The goal I want is a plan, meeting, document, whatever you call it, developed by the council, obviously not just by me, that gives the city a direction to go on how to get the goal of living and working in Canby. But I guess the goal would be to have either a work session meeting or plan.
So to back to this over here, we're the what?
The what?
That's the how.
Yes, the what.
So what is it that?
What's the
so
what?
What's the what?
The what is higher paying jobs in Canby. That's the what. The how, of course, is going to be some sort of plan or document or direction.
Okay.
So that's how it is. I wish it was more defined that says, sure, we will get this document with this, on this date, but the pursuit of better economic balance is not something that you'll just one event or one thing, but the idea to get the plan and get the guidance in there of how we want to go will enable the future, just like we have a plan for parks, we have a plan for transit, we have, transportation plan. What is our economic plan that we're trying to do? Because however it happened, maybe it just sprang out of the ground, but Wilsonville's got a lot of technology jobs. And I don't know if that just popped up, spontaneously, but somehow or another, people got the idea in Hillsborough as well, so that had to start somewhere with somebody have an idea or a plan for that, those technologies and those firms to get there. And so what's stitching is how's that process start here? And maybe it's not going to happen for 5 years, but you have to start it somehow.
So staff, do you have a suggestion on how you could take that and put together a proposal because we could have a goal, create higher paying jobs in Canby, but it might need to be more specific than that. So that staff has
And I
direction.
think maybe to land the plane on this a bit, for the comprehensive plan policies, we're going through a comp plan right now, and we have an economic section of that comprehensive plan. And I would suggest Jamie and I work closely together on that to come up because that's going to get vetted through the comprehensive plan. And that is more of a near term. That's for the city limits and the current urban growth boundary. And that's largely probably going to reflect as we expand our boundary as well. Maybe that is a starting point about starting to define that, because I think there's a framework that's needed before we can dive into the details. I think this conversation could go on a while tonight, but that would be my suggestion.
And I was going to say, the part of the reason that I was probably looking curiously at you as I was thinking was a lot of that is in play in different ways. And like you said, it's not just one thing, it's several things, but also maybe it's finding a way to really bring those pieces together and say, this is how we move that effort forward. And that it is a little bit of the housing work that's been done, or the economic opportunity analysis work, or comprehensive plan, economic development strategy, what's happened, what could be also still carried over, what still needs to continue. Because, development, you don't just go done, it still has to continue, that it's a way that maybe we can create a document or a presentation and come back to council to present, like, this is how we get there.
Yeah, a work session. I'm envisioning a work session with some sort of policy goal direction.
So on our website, and I apologize if I couldn't find something newer, but there's an economic development strategy document from like 2013, right? And it basically, it's kind of laid out, it's kind of like our parks plans and stuff, and development strategies is one of the items on here. Supporting existing businesses, recruiting new business development, ensure Canby remains an attractive place for business, measure success, et cetera. So basically, even if we kind of took that and updated it to something
what if
new, current, then at least that's a.
So here is the goal that, I'm not sure if this is going to capture what Daniel is trying to do, but this is the goal I'm proposing for people's consideration regarding that, is a proposal / plan of how economic development will evolve in the city of Canby after the URD closes. That is the goal that I'm looking for.
So how would that be different than saying like complete comprehensive plan update and develop an economic strategic plan?
Bingo. That sounds good to me.
I think what you said sounds pretty simple. I mean,
like that.
Yeah, I feel like that's straightforward.
Yeah.
That's
Straightforward.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I think it accomplishes the same.
And present it to the council.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, keep it.
Are you kidding? The two
My
talkers,
precious.
the two talkers have to present? No way, we don't want to.
be a 3-hour meeting.
Yeah, it'll be a 3-hour work session, not even a 3-hour meeting.
We'd have to schedule a weekend for that.
Yeah.
We'll have to have dinner like we did.
Right, you think a two-day retreat is bad, just get the two of us going.
Yes. That's
Thank
what
you,
I
guys.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping me find that.
Okay, other proposals for this area? I want to make sure that we leave time to cover this one and then also leave time for any new.
I will just throw out there, I saw you tweaking the community growth and up there. It almost makes me think of it like community growth and livability.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I put goal there and I'm thinking around putting potential outcomes. So like, you've got this goal, which we can update the language, but then like, what are you really driving towards? And so the outcome would be like the ability to live and work in Canby. So maybe that's not the goal, because you've got other things here that are broader than just being able to live and work in Canby. So I don't know, maybe it's better.
I don't know, on livability, I know Marissa is just dying to have a goal up there somewhere, so.
Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of hesitate to use the word livability for a lot of reasons. It's hard to measure. It means
feeling
different
left
things,
out.
different things to different people. Yes, Councilor Davis?
Yes,
Don't worry, Marissa, you're on my list.
Okay, Councilor Davis would like to speak.
Just another quick one. Well, I shouldn't say it's quick. I shouldn't say it's quick, but How a goal that would bring together all of the activities in Canby under one calendar. In other words, we've got the city, we've got the chamber, we've got the Rotary, we've got the Kiwanis, and there's not one place a business can go to actually find out what's going on, i.e. sports tournaments and things like that, that would benefit the businesses downtown to be able to have a single calendar for all activities that are happening in Canby. So build those partnerships with the chamber, the city, the Rotary, the Kiwanis, under one calendar, which is very simple to do, but right now, not all those activities are communicating.
So a proposal that city develop and manage a
Work
community
together
calendar.
with the partners
Work together
to
with
develop.
partners.
In other words, it doesn't have to be the city, it could be the chamber, it could be the Rotary, who
So
cares?
maybe just like work with partners to develop
Work
a
with-
community
To develop a calendar,
A master
a master
Okay.
calendar.
master community activities calendar.
Because we're picking up 4-on-4 basketball tournaments, baseball tournaments, all these things with these
That businesses would probably like to know they're coming.
businesses
It's
would
gonna
love
get
to be able
slammed.
to go to that calendar and come up with, know what's going on so they can plan a couple weeks out.
Okay.
So they have enough food, enough staff.
All right, are you guys ready to go to financial stability? Okay. Looking at 1.1 was, we marked it as complete. 1.2 needed some refinement. Let's talk about how we can refine it. It's adjusting city operational fees to reflect the current cost of providing services.
Isn't this the one where I was saying, we need to be presented with a document that shows what our current fees are, what our actual cost of it is, what other cities are charging, and then what a proposal is essentially each year.
Is that part of what's already being done is,
No, because I think it's missing some of those aspects, correct?
I think that the difficulty in presenting, especially what other cities are charging in terms of their fees, we don't know what their cost components are. So we can say that, city X is charging so much, city Y is charging so much, but what we don't know is what their level of cost recovery is and all of that stuff. So that's the only thing I would caution with doing that kind of comparison.
The reason I like to see that information is because if people are looking to come to Canby and they will shop around, and knowing what other cities are doing and compared to what we're doing, because they're not if I'm planning to build a business in the city of Canby, or if I'm planning to move to the city of Canby, I'm gonna go to like a website and say, oh, well, the sewer fee is this much in this city, oh, and it's this much in this city. As a homeowner, I'm not gonna dig into, well, how is Canby calculating this compared to how is Woodburn calculating this. I'm just gonna look at the base number. So I think it's important that we know the base number to make sure that we're not selling ourselves short or we're not shooting too high. That's the only reason I'm looking to get that number.
so it's possible that just could be additional direction in the city's existing process for your master fee schedule.
Yeah.
And then staff has that direction, they can provide that information to you in a council presentation.
Yeah, I think it just
Okay.
needs to be part of, I would like all of those elements to be part of that review each
So
year.
you just
We
want
do
like
the
kind
fee schedule.
evaluate like neighboring communities?
Yeah, and actual costs. Does that seem reasonable? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know I can be unreasonable. I will be the first to admit it.
So
And
is it
we'll
an
agree with you.
So then the question is,
Do you have comparators in mind already?
What do you mean?
Comparator cities?
neighboring cities like Woodburn, Wilsonville,
City of Barlow.
Yeah, Barlow.
So the question is like, does it stay on? So it's like the master fee schedule's been established, the city is doing that, you're updating it every June, it comes to the council, we have some additional direction of what Councilor Patton would like to see in that presentation. Is it still a council goal? Do we keep it as ongoing? Or is it like something that you know that you're gonna see every year?
For me, if those things happen every year, I don't care if it's a goal or not. I just want to see those things.
Okay. Other councilors want to weigh in? Are we
If there's
okay?
nothing else if it's not going to be complete, then again, it shouldn't be on the go. If it's an ongoing thing, then it's operation.
Anybody okay with is anybody opposed to removing it then? Okay.
I'm sorry, what are we, I missed that. What are we
So
removing?
1.2 is adjusting the city operational fees to reflect current costs of providing services. City has established this master fee schedule. It's updated every year in June. It comes to council for adoption, so you get to see it. Councilor Patton's offered some additional items that he would like to have information on as part of that process. So does it no longer needs to be a goal? That's what I'm kind of proposing to the group.
I don't think, I mean, it's something that comes to us every year. We don't need a goal necessarily. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand, wrap my mind around why all the extra data for staff to put together?
Because we need to know where we stand, and we need to know how much we can adjust those fees.
Well, but I think the only number we need to know is what does it cost Dawn to do planning services, and do we match up?
No, because it's just like selling any widget. You've got to take, you have to take what the actual cost is, and sometimes you have to take what the market bears.
I understand
And you need to know which one, you need to know both of those, so that
Okay,
if you look at the numbers and say, oh, well, in this scenario, we can actually charge what our current cost is because it is lower than what other cities are doing. Or we have some wiggle room where we can actually maybe charge more than what our current cost is, so that we can charge less in this area because these cities are charging a lower fee, so we still want to be competitive. So it allows us to then go through all those fees comprehensively and say, well, by leaving this one lower to be competitive, we can raise this one up here and still be competitive, and it'll make up for some of the loss down here.
So you're trying to make it hydraulic?
Exactly.
Okay,
And you
so-
can only make it hydraulic if you have all of that data.
Okay, so are you trying to gear it towards business development or
Businesses,
towards housing?
Housing developers, the whole works, everybody.
Because to me, I don't think Icon Construction, if they want to build homes in Canby, they're going to build homes in Canby. They don't care what the fees
Yeah,
are.
but because our fees, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we are a cheap date. That is one of the reasons why people come to build in Canby, because they know that we are a cheap date. I'm saying we need to know all of this data so that we don't sell ourselves short.
Okay, so then that's what I mean by you're not wanting to look at apples to apples, you're looking at apples to oranges. Because we don't know what.
I want to look at
Eileen's-
the apples, I want to look at the pears, I want to look at the cherries, I want to look at it all.
Well, I understand that.
It all
but
is
when we-
bearing on
But
this.
look at what we've just done tonight. We've added a whole bunch of more stuff to city staff to do.
Yeah, and maybe it's not, yeah, but all of these goals, it's just like all of our other goals. There are some of these in here that are long-term goals that are on the list, and we don't expect them to get them done.
No, I understand
Right.
that. But I'm just trying to understand the why behind it.
I've given you the why. It's
But
because
I'm not grasping it for whatever reason, because I think it's,
If I can explain, I think what you're saying, Jason.
I don't think it's
Is you
necessary.
want, when you're looking at a fee, you want to have some context to that fee. Is that fee a high fee or a low fee? Is it a adequate fee or a not adequate fee? And I think isn't that what you're looking for, context?
Yes.
Because I have the same problem in looking at a fee. The fee for something is $25. Is that a lot or a little? If I'm not in the business of utilizing that fee every day, I have no idea, and neither does anybody else unless they ask.
Okay, so I think there's a lot of discussion around this. I think it's interesting, but I just want to get to the point of, does it need to stay on the list or not?
I'd like to hear what Don has to say.
And just real quickly, and not to belabor this topic, and we are going to adjust the fees in planning. We did them in 2022, and I can only speak for planning, the planning department, and we also we set the building permit fees, even though we're not a building department. So the law is you can do the real cost, which requires a study, or you can do the average cost. Now, what Eileen said is really important. So what are we measuring? So there's a lot of labor effort into this process, which is, are we doing cost recovery? What are the metrics that these other jurisdictions are doing? Now, in planning, it's, I think, a bit easier to do that and compare that. It even gets down to some assumptions around, is there a site and design review like our site and design review? Is there conditional use permit similar to our process? What are those? And so I think the fair way of doing this, and we're not going to do a study, we're going to do the average cost. I do think the bar is pretty high to do this every year because I think the labor involved in that is pretty extensive. And we're taking that on now because I believe our fees do need to be adjusted yet again. We are way off the mark before I started working here. We adjusted them in 22. We're below, I think we're slightly below the average now, but we are going to add to that. I can't speak to the other fees in the other departments, but I think it is a rather complicated and involved process to do this holistically across the entire spectrum. I would suggest that we get to a benchmark where we try to all bring our fees up across the board to one standard, but I'm not sure if we can actually do this every year from a staff perspective to do that. It's a lot of crunching. I mean, it just is.
Well, then I guess my question, then is would a realistic goal be develop a proposal on how to bring these different fees in line and over the course of a period of time, and make a recommendation to council about how this is going to be done? The reason I'm stuck on this is because we talk about dealing with this every year, and we never quite get there. And I understand that you are working on it, but every year we don't do it, we get further behind. It's just like with the street maintenance fee. And now we got to do this humongous jump. We either kick the can down the road some more, or we put a line in the sand and say, this is where we're stopping, and we're going to start moving, we're going to start working towards a goal here. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm tired of it just saying, we're going to do this, and then it just continues to languish.
So I think we just need to make space for other voices because we've heard a lot on this topic.
I'll shut up. I'm going to the bathroom. You sort it out over there, and you can play without me.
Thanks for the PS5.
Other comments from council on this, so that I think we need to make a decision on this so we can move forward on the other pieces. Thinking about time.
Because my comment is just that by nature of trying to balance the budget, we need to know how much money is going out and how much is coming in. To me, that's the minimum. Are we recovering our costs? We're not in a profit business, so I don't think we need to be worried about whether we're going to be able to charge more for something or whatever. Are we covering our costs? Covering our costs means we're providing a service for our tax dollars, and they're getting what they're paying for. So if we want to improve the service and it costs more money, then that's something that we discuss. But I think just basically knowing what it's costing us and are we covering it, that's the most basic part to know. That's the minimum. So I think that's where we should be focusing.
Is that contained in the master fee schedule process?
I think what we could do is send out our master fee schedule again. If there are areas within it, it's 17 pages long. If there are areas within it that are higher priority than other areas, I mean, we have, copies in the general fund, how much are we charging for a color printout versus a black and white printout?
That information's already given to you in your contract.
So my question is, if there are particular areas that you're more interested in, we could begin to, at least tackle these areas this year and kind of phase it in that way.
Can we put it in a work session to explore?
Yeah.
So we remove it from the list, but it can just come up as a work session?
Sure.
Into detail? Is everyone okay with that?
Take it off the goal list?
Take it off the goal list and then it would go in the
If we
work
take off
session?
the goal list, maybe put it in the parking lot so it doesn't get lost.
Okay, so All right, so we'll move master fee schedule details.
All the chairs are hard except ours.
Okay. Because clearly there's a lot of interest and discussion.
Not a good smart.
Okay.
So my back-
All right, so our other ones are 1.4 and 1.5. So 1.4, finalize the transition of the current urban renewal district expenses and projects. So proposals for refinement, how the council wanted to refine.
Kill there, not finalize it, but kill.
Well, we kind of already finalized the last project listed.
Yeah, so the
It says
notes,
done.
the notes are from staffers that it's complete.
Yeah. Well,
The mayor made a comment.
Who wanted
if you
refinement? Was that you?
Yeah, it
The
was.
mayor, if you wanted to add something to it.
The mayor has an idea of
I
refinement.
think just in terms of refining, I just would like to know, probably with conversation with this year's budget coming up, what are we looking at in terms of, I know there's been some dialogue about, let's see, so the economic development program expenses will be brought into the city upon expiration in 25, 26. Is there a way to get an early projection of what those costs of staff time that's been in urban renewal district that's going to come into the general fund? I'd like to know before it happens so we can brace for impact, because I think a lot of that's going to determine, what that closure means. There's funds coming in, but as we've talked, you and I have talked a number of times, that $900,000 or $980,000 has been spent 4 different times. And so we need to figure out how to just spend it one time. And if staff piece of that is going to be included in the general fund, then that gives us obviously less to play with. So I don't know how that's just a to-do item, or if that's an actual just a budget goal. I guess just a precursor update of financial impact of staff into the general fund when the
Yeah, I mean, what
URA closes.
we know right now is how much we budget, in the urban renewal project fund. And, and presuming that that's all going to come over into the city. What we don't know is, but we can estimate, how much we expect to receive in urban renewal.
Yeah, I just
yeah.
think having that estimate will be very helpful.
Yeah.
If it's, half of the amount, then we know that there's have to allocate elsewhere. It's more, so I think that's the piece I want to know about.
Yep. All right, so if that item has been done, and then we can explore that more information, then can we remove it is it complete? Can be removed from the list, or do we refine it to capture it in a different way? I wasn't hearing a clear proposal of how to refine it, but I did hear it does feel like it's complete.
I think we're talking about 1.4.
1.4.
So finalize the transition of the current urban renewal district expenses and projects.
Or maybe it's ongoing and you just provided that additional context to Eileen.
Maybe it's ongoing.
When is the
Yeah.
day of death on the urban?
Day of death. When is it sunset? It's 26, but do we know what month?
26.
The end of the fiscal year?
I
or-
would say probably in.
25, 26.
25, 26 fiscal year? So maybe that could be goal, is to end it, have it die.
Well, that'll be
Oh, it
a
is.
budget discussion this year then.
Yeah,
I mean, that
so,
would be a goal, right? Our goal is to kill it, let's have the goal of have it dead, take its place, and it's
Ding dong, district.
Okay, Scott, go for it.
so I don't think that it actually says like a drop dead date. However, I would imagine that it would be July 1 when I won't budget for that fund, and that basically kills the fund. So that's when we'll be able to see the portion that's owed, because property tax is coming to the city, but it also goes to the other jurisdictions that are a part of the URA.
This July 1 or next July?
Next July 1.
Next July. So that one,
Fiscal year 25, 26.
Right.
So,
26.
Or is it 26, 27?
26.
will be the final year.
This is the final year we pay the
Okay.
loans.
So June 30th,
So
maybe.
26, 27 is when it will be on general fund
That's what we
shoulders.
put on the debt
Yes, correct.
certificate.
Right, if you put the, that's
Okay.
With that, I do concur with the mayor in regards to the fact that we got to have a plan. We got to have, that's a substantial hit to the city's operational budget by moving that money over. So we better start getting it this budget year.
The part that's
Is it a
done
develop-
is the project, so maybe we just take that word out and leave it as finalize the transition of current urban renewal district expenses.
Expenses,
And just
yeah.
drop off
Okay.
projects.
Correct.
Cool.
Because the project part is done.
I can do that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna write drop off projects and then we'll know what that means.
Yeah.
Groovy.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and then 1.5, so conduct an assessment of current and future city staffing needs for the next 3 years. We talked about how that's an ongoing piece of work by the city. It's done in conjunction with the budget and the 5-year financial projection, so it's an ongoing part of city operations.
Yeah, I don't think it's a goal anymore. It's ongoing.
Yeah,
project,
so
or
we can
ongoing
improve
process.
Standard operating procedure already, then we'll.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Did we, I think we captured all the ones for refinements. Any proposals under this area? If you have a proposal, I'd like to propose that you write it down on a sticky note and then share with the group. And at this time, since we're getting closer to 8 o'clock, if you have any proposals for new items that don't fit under this area, while we're kind of wrapping up this conversation, you can make those notes on your sticky notes, and then we can go through those one by one. Does that sound good to the group? Yes.
I'd like, there's a couple of staff members that the department heads we've not heard from tonight. And I'm just curious if we've left them out of any of these discussions in any way. So Maya, Eric,
Anything that you want to add?
Monica,
Nope, they don't want to talk to us.
you're the only ones that
I'll say something, Oh, we already heard from you.
I've got my bingo sheet here, and so those are the 3 that haven't come up here.
The only thing that I was gonna say, and I don't even know how to accurately put this into a goal, maybe it can go under financial stability or something, but I don't know what's gonna happen with the future of libraries right now. Things are not looking super positive, and I've got a lot of really nervous staff and community members talking to me about what that means for us. And so one of the things that I've been reminding people is that while we might not be an essential service like PD or fire, we are still an essential service. We're open more hours than other departments. We're very important. People use us. And so one of the things that we've been talking a lot about at the director level within Clackamas County and the library district is the fact that more and more people are going to likely start coming to the library and using some sort of service, and we don't have the budget to really account for that. I'm already having issues kind of covering everything that we need to cover as far as operational expenses go. We don't have enough staff. Obviously, you guys know we're closed Sundays. That's a very big deal to us. It still is. And so I just want to put on your radar that we are likely going to be we're going to be asked to fill a lot of holes, especially with school district budget cuts and a bunch of other organization budget cuts. So we're going to be asked to fill a lot of holes, and it's really important that we start thinking about the resources that we can get to the library in order to fill some of those holes. So I don't even know how to put this in the city council goals, but that's the biggest thing that I want everyone to be aware of. And our, basically the federal grant funding, pause, unpause, whatever is happening, that's going to affect us too. So I don't really know what that means for the future of libraries in general, but I do know right now that we already don't have enough to cover what we need to cover, and so I just want that to be on your radar, so we can keep doing the work that we're doing and filling the holes that need to be filled in this community. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I don't even know where to put it in the goals. Could be under financial stability or something, but it is important that it's on your radar.
Could we just have a work session? I mean, what you said right now gives me like a million questions and stuff, which we're not going to do tonight, but to explain more detail what you're talking about, what funding cuts, what's happening, why our library is going to disappear in the next year or so. I don't know, whatever the people are talking about.
Hopefully it's not that bad, but yeah.
But what, but if you, could you maybe put on the radar to inform
Library
us on-
funding work session.
Yes.
I think that's a great idea because I don't think most people understand or know all that is involved in running a library and how many hours you have to cover just with desk time alone, reference desk time. So I would love to explain really the history of the library district and just the funding model that's involved to get what we need. Obviously, the library district was never meant to completely cover our operational costs. That's why we get some money from the general fund. But obviously, you guys know our funding has not really gone up, and we're having to pay for more and more with the same amount of resources. We have a very unique issue because of COVID, having to pay for digital materials in addition to physical materials. And I just presented on this, but Canby is one of the few libraries where physical checkouts went up just as digital checkouts did. And digital materials are very expensive. Physical materials are very expensive and going up. And so I have a staff of 9, not all full-timers. We lost the library page position, which we had 4 people in that position, and that's a really big deal. So I'm already having issues covering holes in that sense. So I would love to have a work session to explain how the library budget and everything works.
Do it.
And I can do it simply.
All right, I grabbed it on.
Cool, thank you. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Raise of hands if you have items to raise. Okay. Do you have an item to raise? I just want to know, I want to kind of get a lay of the land of how many people have proposals for new items.
I'm sticking with my original, I think we shouldn't have anything.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go around this way. Okay. Counselor Stearns, what's your proposal?
This is kind of in the financial stability area, but we have an adult center that's going to be empty. And I want to have a goal to figure out what we're going to do to that adult center.
With that building, that's a good goal.
Have Jerry bring a dozer down there.
Determine
That's
future
what
for the
my goal.
adults?
Determine
I'll
the future
support
of
that
the former.
because,
Okay.
well, soon to be former.
Raise it.
Anybody have a problem with not adding with that?
Which we need to talk about that.
All right, so determine future.
Of the Canby Adult Center building, I guess, because it will no longer be the Canby Center. Jerry. Once they move out, because they're supposed to move out, so.
I have an idea.
Okay, great, thank
So
you.
we can give it to the fire.
What, the same
Counselor
arsonist that hit the paper mill?
Adult center, can we put it under Parks and Recreation?
Maybe financial, I think more of because no longer,
Okay.
it's no
That's
longer.
yeah, where would this, is it financial?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's gonna,
It's a financial question more than anything else.
it's gonna impact us financially one way or another, so.
Okay.
This is for probably Chief Tro, but this is a full implementation or a plan for implementing the new emergency management plan. In
Okay.
light of all the fires in California, or perhaps for us, making sure that we have the training that we need as policymakers and ensure that staff is fully prepared for moving forward with the emergency operations plan.
We'd all be part of the incident command structure, right?
Yeah. But I think, George, and I don't know if that's part of the education part that the consultant's gonna do and stuff, but how do we implement the new emergency management plan?
Yeah, it's actually one of my ongoing goals that I sent in about working with and implementing the emergency operation plans on more practical exercises. So, yeah, it's already in my goal, so, but it can be an additional goal, however you want.
Thoughts from others on council? We want to add it as a goal or comfortable with it just being?
I would like to have it as a goal so we don't.
Lose track of it?
It's there and make sure that we do it because we've got a great plan now and I think we need to implement.
All right, anybody have a problem with that? Okay, let's see, where, community growth?
End of the night, no one's starting with anything.
Community engagement.
Oh, it's time to tell them.
What are we thinking, communications and engagement? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Counselor Patton?
So this is the last thing that was on my list, and it is
Okay.
develop a plan for funding current and expanded library services. No, it is
Was
on,
it
it's
really
right
on your
here,
list?
on my thing.
And I will say earlier, he did say, I have something for the library.
Oh, he did, didn't he?
He did
All right.
mention that.
So we can have a work session about it. We can also propose it as a goal. Is there consensus to add it as a goal based on?
I would say a goal.
That's sure. Financial, I guess, right?
And put it in here. All right, did we capture everything?
We didn't really hear a lot from Scott. Do you have anything? You're the first guy, so.
Show us the
He
money.
came up once. He's on my bingo card.
All right. If Scott doesn't have anything to add, I think so that just to kind of move into the last part of our agenda here around wrap up and next steps, something I wanted to discuss with the group was just around implementation structure and reporting. So last time we talked, there was a lot of discussion around how do we want to maintain accountability and transparency and keeping updated on the goals. Council weighed in and you shared that you would love to get more information. So that took the, that came through as bi-monthly staff reports and quarterly goal updates. And so wanting to check in with the council if there are, how has that been working for you over the last year? Are there any adjustments that you would like to see or specific information in the bi-monthly staff reports so staff can give you the information that you're looking for? Is there a specific format, or is the progress reporting on the goals, does it feel right? Does it feel the right amount in depth or the right frequency? Is it too much? So just want to capture a couple of thoughts so staff can basically come back to you on a regular basis if you feel like you are getting the correct level of progress updates that you want and expect.
Yeah, so council, I just want to call your attention to the bottom of your goal update item where it says other comments from 3/13/24. That's where I put, how we were implementing and communicating progress on goals before. So list of council goals on staff reports, that's happening. Give council a quarterly report on goals, so July, October, January, and April. Conduct a mid-year goal review, which was tonight, and then include goals in the bi-monthly reports, and that's being done as well. So the question is there anything more? Or how is this working?
This is good, and you've also added the first Friday newsletter
memo.
thing, which is good. The only thing I would add to this, I don't know if I was going to add anything, but it's something we've talked about before, and I don't see it here.
Okay.
And that is, I want us to be better about the mid-year budget review with the budget committee. So we get together, we set the budget in the late April or early May, we adopt that budget in June, we start spending the money in July. We should be reconvening in January or December and talk about where we're at.
Here, here.
I think January.
Look at that, write it down, Jason, I agree.
It happens every once in a while. I'm sure you can make a snow cone in hell right now, but I mean, it's all good.
We actually do a lot more than you probably admit.
I think it makes more sense to do it in January only because then you have the December monthly report to refer to, so.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
You have the December monthly report if you do it in January.
Right, okay.
Otherwise, you're, if you had a work session in December, then you're relying on the November. That's 5 of the 6
Fair,
months, but,
fair.
yeah.
So, you typically, the first meeting in January is kind of stacked, so like if we could just
Right.
have that second meeting in, because it probably doesn't have to be hours and hours, just like a work session before a council meeting, that second meeting in January.
Yeah.
Which we already had, but that's
Which
okay.
we already have.
Well, and to piggyback on that, I would like the format of that meeting to be like a typical budget committee meeting. Instead of the council sitting up on the dais.
So
and
around the
then-
table here.
Yeah, and then like members of the budget committee are welcome to sit in the audience and listen to it. I would prefer it actually be like an
like
actual
this
format.
arrangement.
Yeah.
Yeah, either here or, well, we'd have to be here because of the cameras, but we'll have to do the switch out, change out, we do sometimes.
I think it would definitely be helpful having that, because if we're also doing, because we're going to be doing council goals again the end of January, right? Beginning of February. So having the information about the budget, which will already lead
Which
into
will
where
help
we're
you.
at with projects,
Yep.
which would lead right into it.
So, but
Absolutely.
we say it every year, but I would like to actually have us do it now.
All right. Great. And then I think I saw Councilor Davis. Did you want to make a comment too?
Yeah, as much as I appreciate all the hard work by the department heads in writing out these reports, it's not specific a lot of times to the goals that we set. So I'd like the city administrator to present her report to us on where we're at with the goals and the dates, establish dates that are set for the goals, and then have the city administrator report out to us target dates on those goals, so that we don't have to ask for them, i.e. the motel, athletic fields. There's a whole litany, 120 pages of documents that we're looking at. I'd like specifics on those reports.
So you've got the quarterly progress update that has all of the goals listed with the status update. Can you provide more context on what?
Just goals, how we're, number one, establish dates for the goals that we set. And then
Establish
report-
dates.
Yeah, and report out on those goals.
So I think you have dates in there, don't you? You've got the dates, so it's an objective department year, what they're going to be working on. Can you provide more direction on what sort of dates you'd like to see, like dates for when they're going to be reported out on?
Yes.
Okay. Goals, okay, so, and then each of these goals would have a date that they get reported out on? Or would you like to have them just be all reported out on a quarterly basis?
Well, they may not be working on them on a quarterly basis. So work with the department heads as far as when we can get these, how we're doing on these.
Would it help to have in the goals, sort of like with projects, if you had sort of an estimated completion date?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking
Right.
he's trying to get after.
That's
An
what I'm trying
estimated,
to get
okay.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost a Gantt chart.
Kinda, yeah. But
There
at
you
least
go,
you kind of have,
Yeah,
Gantt chart.
that was for Counselor
That was
Parker,
for
who's
Councilor
watching at
Parker,
home.
who's watching.
If you need one,
Okay.
I've built one for work. The template's already done.
Okay, so you want an estimated completion date of these goals, and then, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having a hard time discerning what the difference between what the city administrator's report would be on the goals that would be different than the status updates that you're getting there. You just want more detail?
More detail, or at least an update. If it's not going to be accomplished, or you need to move the target date for completion, let us know. In other words, i.e. if we're going to get a report on athletic fields or hotel or whatever it is, just let us know if we're going to go past that date of expected completion.
so in the quarterly reports on the goals, is that quarterly report literally this document?
That is that
And then it
document
would just
there.
have the updated information on it? Yes. So that's what we've been trying.
I think, completion date, and then I guess the city administrator could just tell us in the council meeting, hey, we had this date, we were gonna bulldoze adult center on the 2nd of February, and rain came in, and we have to do it the next week, okay?
There you go.
So,
Yeah.
So would you still like a quarterly report?
yeah, the quarterly report is good, but just explanation from you to point our attention that, hey, this date changed, and here's why, and, yeah.
Yeah.
If there's
On a
significant
quarterly
change.
Well,
basis?
I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think what Jim's saying is the quarterly report's good, giving us all the details in the quarterly report, but if something happens between the end of that quarter and, midway, don't wait till the end of the quarter to say, hey, this date changed and this is why. We would like interim reports if needed.
If needed.
Is that right, Jim?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, we got this done early. We were putting
You speak Jim well.
Yeah.
We bulldozed it a week ahead of schedule.
We're bulldozing the adult center tomorrow.
Let's let him get out first.
We're gonna have a black ribbon cutting.
Gosh.
Eileen, does that, do
We
you
are
feel
getting
like you have the
rummy.
direction you
Yeah.
need? Or do we need more clarity?
5 hour meetings if you
Okay.
want.
All right, other comments on the progress reporting or implementation? Staff reports? Want to give you what you need?
I think it's about right.
Okay. All right, 7:45.
Did we just get?
Look at
the goals
that.
done before 8 o'clock?
We got done early.
We did,
See,
wow.
told you it didn't need 2 days.
It was the working dinner, you guys. I just, before we kind of do wrap up and move towards adjourning, which I know everyone's very excited about, hopefully you have something, exciting on Netflix or something whatever you need waiting for you when you get home. I hope that it's there for you. I just want to do a quick check-in on how you're feeling about these and how staff is feeling. Do you feel like these have the right level of clarity? Or if there's any remaining questions on these goals before, just want to offer up the opportunity to ask for any additional clarity or direction from council.
I just hope we're bulldozing these.
Okay,
After these are the
laying it all out there.
How many emails are we gonna get over the weekend now?
I don't know, hear me out, could it be a hotel?
No.
No, we don't want
If the school wants to build a hotel there, then have at it. We'll rent the property back, we'll sublease the property to them.
All right, well, okay, any questions?
A Virgo. Nothing? Everyone's good.
Okay, so here's what you can expect in terms of next steps. Our team will work with Eileen and city staff to refine the language and clean it up, and clean up your goals tracking sheet, and have a proposal for what the 2025 goals will look like, and those will be able to come to council in a future meeting for adoption. On what date, Eileen? Is it planned yet? Is it March 11th? Is that what we have in the schedule?
I think it's March.
March 19th. March 19th is when you'll see them. In the meantime, Eileen is going to work with staff in terms of developing, thinking about implementation and next steps and any work that needs to be taken to get those off and running or to continue. Our team will put together and clean up the notes that we took from today. So we'll take pictures of the boards that we did together. Sasha's been taking notes, so we'll get all of those in a PDF and send those out to staff and the team so you have those. Continue to update these goals, and then we'll also be meeting with city administrator. I think it's in the next week to talk about any other deliverables and things that we can do to support you in the city. So thank you for the opportunity to come back to Canby and help you refine your goals. We love working with your team. I care a lot about the community and about all of you, so thank you for that opportunity. And in reflection, as we wrap up, I had you guys start out the night thinking about offering gratitude for projects or people or individuals that have played a role in that. And so now that we've had this opportunity to refine goals and thinking about the future, I want you to look inward in yourself and think about what sort of strengths or tools or perspectives or values that I bring to this team, and what you can do as an individual to help support and move these goals forward. So, and that's how we'll close. Think about everyone plays in this partnership, in this team, everyone has unique roles to play and has unique strengths and perspectives to bring. So thinking about these goals, what's one thing that you're going to commit to the group to bring to help move these goals forward as a team?
I hate questions like this.
You can go,
This wasn't a
go
rhetorical
last.
question?
It's not a rhetorical question. But it is your ticket out the door.
This was not think about it, come back later.
Yeah, so what's a unique strength or perspective that you bring, or character trait or something that you bring that can help strengthen the team, help move these things forward?
Go ahead.
I would just I would like to think that one of my strengths is that I am the quirky city councilor. And sometimes, I will say something that's kind of zany, but oftentimes it changes the direction and gets people thinking about it in a different way, and it helps get to a different end that might be better than it was before.
Yeah, so bringing different perspectives and having that encouraged productive conversation. Great, thank you.
So one of those could be good or bad, but sometimes I think I can get kind of over analytical. So then reining that back, but I think in paying attention to details and troubleshooting and looking at things, from a big picture down, I think I can help with that.
I think in this role is continuing to do it as best as I can, being the ringmaster of this 3-ring circus.
This is your circus and we are your monkeys.
I think what I try to bring is I try to analyze things in a
Ask lots of questions to make us think. That's what he
Yeah,
does.
well, but, yeah, try to get clarity and, yeah.
Okay.
I think I have a pretty good pulse on the business community as far as hoping that we can make them successful in Canby. And I do want to thank the department heads too, because we've got an excellent group of department heads, and I appreciate all the hard work by all the department heads in presenting information to us. So thank you to the department heads. And also end with the fact that we didn't mention it about the death of Jeff Snyder, recently passed away. And let's not forget Jeff.
I think, we all know I like to noodle things. So I think my ability to organize and do my research and try to come to the meetings very well prepared, either with my questions answered already or with my questions I want to ask. So I think my front work is my strength.
Wonderful. Eileen?
The word connection comes to mind for me, and I think that's just, me and the mayor and I are kind of the middle of that hourglass. And so, as he is, in trying to interpret the will of the council, I'm trying to interpret, the staff, and bringing those two sides together is I don't know why connection is the word that that's coming to my mind. Just
Okay.
yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for indulging in that little reflective exercise, little reflection exercise. But hopefully the takeaway is that you all have various skills and perspectives and viewpoints, and that you're stronger together when you work together as a team. And so I think you should feel really proud about how you worked together tonight. You did a lot of refinement, a lot of discussion. You coalesced together around these goals, and I hope that you walk away feeling unity in them and excitement and to bringing them forward, and knowing that you have just a stellar team to support you to help bring those through over the next year. So thank you so much for your time tonight. Thank you for your attention and ongoing engagement and the laughter, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we all run off, council, I just wanted you all to thank staff for being here on a Friday night, so thank you. Where's my bingo list? Yeah, Monica, Maya,
And Eric.
and Eric.
They didn't want to talk to us.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to get you guys in front of the council to talk in the near future. No, great dialogue tonight, council, thank you. There's a lot of heavy lifting here. And I think Eileen and her team have their work cut out, as always, with us. So I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Canby, good
Anybody
night.
opposed?
Nay.